So glad you could spend a little time with us on this edition of Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
The CDC is projecting up to 23,000 more coronavirus deaths by mid-October. Doctors say young people between 18 and 29 continue to drive new transmissions. And there's now a 15% jump in cases involving young children. Experts believe proven safety data in adults is needed before children can take part in clinical trials. Emory University hosts a virtual roundtable featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci and Emory faculty Dr. Carlos Del Rio, Dr. Colleen Kraft, and Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who moderated the event.
How do you really speak to young people? Because what they hear is that this is very unlikely to make them very sick, certainly even less likely that they would die from this. They know the risk is not zero, but it's really pretty low as they've been told, and the data sort of bears that out. And yet they need to be careful. They want to get back to their lives. They want to be careful. Do you inspire through the carrot or the stick? How do you approach those conversations?
By propagating a pandemic means that not only are you putting yourself at risk, because the more we see about lingering symptoms and cardiovascular subliminal abnormalities on MRI and things like that that people are experiencing, but by propagating the outbreak, you may innocently infect someone else, who will innocently infect someone else, who then will infect someone's grandparent, someone's uncle who's got prostate cancer and is on chemotherapy, someone who has a wife who is on chemotherapy, or an immunodeficient child. So you're not living in a vacuum. That even though you think you're getting infected and not caring because you're not getting symptoms, you are relinquishing your responsibility to society. And your responsibility is to help to check the pandemic.
Let's go to work. Let's go to work.
Atlanta City Council member ANDREA BOONE joins forces with Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, Atlanta Police, and Atlanta Fire Rescue, along with the City Solicitor's Office, for distribution of food to seniors and large households in Southwest Atlanta.
It warms our heart when we see long lines because people are in need during the pandemic. They also can't afford the groceries that they used to be able to afford, and their food stamps are running out because the children are home now from school.
The drive-through event offered items like milk, chicken, and fresh vegetables for those impacted by the pandemic.
That's going to do it for this edition of Stay at Home Connect. We'll see you next time.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council member JOYCE SHEPERD. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790? Census 2020 is fast approaching. Your participation is crucial as it helps to determine where schools, hospitals, and new homes are built, among other services. Billions of federal dollars are allocated based on census data. The questions are easy and should only take a few minutes. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020, Atlanta is counting on you.
This year marks the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, which guarantees and protects women's constitutional right to vote. The journey to that vote was filled with countless women defiantly marching and protesting to ensure their voices were heard. Bold women like Susan B. Anthony and Frances Harper. These fearless ladies led the way so that we could go to the polls and vote for the candidates we feel are most qualified to represent us and our values. We can't take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Carla Smith, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October the 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Again, registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power, get registered, and vote. Thank you.
So glad you could take a few moments out for Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
The FDA plans to issue more stringent standards for emergency use authorization of a COVID-19 vaccine. Agency officials say the goal of the guidance is to provide more transparency and increase public trust. The FDA will require vaccine manufacturers to closely follow clinical trial volunteers for at least 2 months after they receive a second dose of the vaccine. FDA officials are also asking that trials identify a determined number of severe cases of COVID in those who received a placebo during the trials. Few pharmaceutical companies are expected to have these results by November. That's a drone carrying a package for delivery. Inside, an at-home COVID-19 self-collection kit. Walmart teams up with Quest Diagnostics and drone provider Drone Up to kick off the trial deliveries in North Nevada and New York next month. Kits will be delivered within a 1-mile radius of specific Walmart supercenters. There's no fee for delivery or the kit for those who elect to receive their test at home. Customers can conduct a self-administered nasal swab and then send the sample back with a prepaid shipping label. Walmart expects the results of the trial will inform how the company will use drone delivery in the future.
Antonio Brown, look at him go.
5 NFL teams face fines after their head coaches failed to wear their face masks during their games. Head coaches Sean Payton of the New Orleans Saints and John Gruden with the Las Vegas Raiders are named among the latest to be fined $100,000 apiece. Other teams facing fines for coaches who failed to adhere to the policy: the Seattle Seahawks, Denver Broncos, and the San Francisco 49ers. Halloween will take on a new look this year. The CDC posts guidelines that do not support the standard trick-or-treating events. Tradition will have to take a back seat to safety in order to protect little ones from COVID-19 transmission. The guidelines, which are split into low, moderate, and high risk, also warn against haunted houses, which could lead to screaming, another potential infection route. The safest option, the CDC suggests pumpkin carving with the family, or outside with a safe social distance, or scavenger hunts. Officials also say costume masks are no substitute for cloth masks, but warn against wearing both, saying that a cloth mask with a Halloween theme is the safer option.
School lunches, new roads, Medicaid. Did you know that funding for these and other critical services are determined by data from the census?
Atlanta City Council member Carla Smith reminds us about Census 2020. You can register online, by phone, or by mail. The deadline is fast approaching. Go to atlcounts.org. That's atlcounts.org.
That's a wrap. We'll see you on the next edition of Stay at Home Connect.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council member Andre Dickens. Census 2020 is upon us. The results of the census impact every aspect of our daily lives. Congressional representation, funding for schools, roads, and even hospitals. It's all determined by data from the census. It's just a few easy questions and will only take 10 minutes to complete. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020. Atlanta is counting on you.
Good afternoon. This is Felicia Moore, your Atlanta City Council President, and this is a full council meeting for October 5th, 2020. We will now begin with the roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Council President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at Large Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Post 2 at Large Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Post 3 at Large Andre Dickens.
Here.
Council District 1 Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2 Amir Faroki.
Here.
Council District 3 Antonio Brown. Council District 4 Lita Winslow. Council District 5 Nathan Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6 Jennifer N. Ide. Council District 7 Howard Shook.
Aye.
Council District 8 J.P. Matsakite.
Here.
Council District 9 Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Council District 10 Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you so much, and I will make note that Ms. Hyde will not be in attendance today. I received notice. So now we go to the adoption of the agenda, and I would like a motion on this order of the agenda to continue it as printed, with the changes being under the remarks. The standing committee. So our remarks by the public, for the public and for members, we have 2 hours and 4 minutes of general remarks by the public, followed by standing committees in this order: Community Development, Human Services Committee, Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee, Transportation Committee, Finance Executive Committee, City Utilities Committee. We will then go into a committee of the whole to hear first from Zoning Committee, which has 1 minute, 41 seconds of public comment, and then from Committee on Council, which has 1 hour. Please mute your phone. So again, we'll go into the Committee of the Whole to hear from Zoning Committee, which has 1 minute, 41 seconds of public comment, followed by Committee on Council, which has 1 hour and 49 minutes of public comment. And then we will come out of Committee of the Whole and continue the agenda as printed. I will entertain a motion on the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Westmoreland. Second, Madam Chair.
There a second. Okay. I would do unanimous consent, but I want to make sure this is always a good time to check and make sure we have our system. So if I can get the clerk to put up the adoption of the agenda so that members can vote and we can see who is online and who is not. Give us 1 second. And I understand Mr. Brown is in attendance. Is that correct, Mr. Brown? All right. Mr. Bond, okay. If everyone would please vote. I don't know, we lost the clerk here.
Please vote. Apologies, I was muted.
No problem. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. Now for opening remarks. Of course, I'd like to thank everyone for attending today's meeting. I strongly encourage everyone to stay vigilant and follow all the COVID-19 precautions. Please be, and also would like to make sure that people are following those, including social distancing. Thank you. Please be advised that the runoff election for Congressional District 5 seat will be held December 1st, and that is December the 1st. The polls are open for early voting for the presidential election beginning Monday, October the 12th through October 30th. Dates and hours may vary, so go to the City Council's website or check The Secretary of State's Office of Elections for the most up-to-date information. Some poll locations have changed. Also, today is the last day to register to vote, so if you have not done so, please do so. And it's also a good day to check and make sure that you are registered. The census deadline was extended to today, which is October 5th. So if you have not completed your census, it's extremely important that you do so. Please do so. And during today's meeting, as I mentioned earlier, we will go into the committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing from Zoning Committee and Committee on Council. Several moments of silence I'd like to add, and if other members have some, please indicate with your speaker button. But I have that our thoughts and prayers continue to be with those who are battling COVID-19, including the President and First Lady, and many others who have battled or have lost their battle with COVID. We recognize the loss of Fulton County deputies Anthony White and Kenny Ingram, who died in a car crash last week, and will keep their families in prayer. We also recognize the 3-month-old baby boy and 18-year-old and Jenny McLean, who were killed in a car crash during a high-speed chase last week. We extend our prayers to their families as well as the others who were injured during that incident. Our sympathies and prayers go out to the family of longtime WSB reporter Don McClellan, who passed away at age 88, and longtime city employee Nathaniel Gresham, who passed away on October 2nd. Our condolences to the family of actor Thomas Jefferson Byrd, who was gunned down here in Atlanta over the weekend. We are also saddened by the passing of Chief George Napper, sworn in 1978 as Atlanta's first black police chief, and we mourn the loss of Tuskegee Airman and Atlanta resident Randolph Val Archer. We are thankful for their service and extend our condolences to these families. I have Ms. Boone signed up, and followed by Mr. Bond, Ms. Shepard, and Ms. Archibald, in that order. Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Rudy Goodwine, who is a member of Hillside Truth Chapel and Truth Center located on Cascade Road. He cherished and loved our dear Barbara, Dr. Barbara, Bishop Barbara. During the pandemic, Rudy has provided several hundred pounds of food to families and organizations, and he suddenly left us on last week. So please keep the family of Rudy Goodwine and Hillside Truth Center in your prayers. Also, we lost Jocelyn Harris, who was a master cosmetologist for well over 30 years, along the M.L. King corridor. Her shops were all over, and everyone enjoyed Jocelyn's singing. He also was a senior program manager at the Health Fun Fitness class located at the old Adamsville Rec Center. So please keep the Hall Harris, Jordan family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Along with Mr. Archer, who was a distinguished Tuskegee Airman, we also lost Irma C. Cameron Dryden at the age of 100, who had been a nurse attached or affiliated with the Tuskegee Airmen. We had the occasion to honor both of them and their colleagues here in Atlanta back in 2013. So our condolences go out to the Dryden family, and also to the family of Ronald Pollock, who the notable Atlantan, and it passed away last week. We want to extend condolences to the Pollock family. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shepard.
Yes, condolences go out to Brenda Dean. She was the wife of Mr. Doug Dean, who was our previous state representative, and she passed this last week, and we her service was this past Saturday, so he asked me to put her in her prayer, and I prayers also.
Ms. Archibald.
Thank you. I wanted to honor the life of Security Officer Joseph Benjamin. He was gunned down at the Amani Place apartment in the community of Edgewood. He was a wonderful asset to the safety protocols that have been established there to keep the community safe, and he was a young officer who was just starting with his life, and so it is such a deep tragedy, and I wanted to honor his life in service. That was Officer Joseph Benjamin, Security Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boone. Ms. Boone?
Yes, I just cut my speaker button off. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. So we have all added all of those names. If everyone could be silent and think upon the names of those that we've mentioned and those that we may have not, and take a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now go to our invocation. Reverend AZARIAH TERRELL. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but I'm sure you will correct me. Board certified. Boy, you got me working today. I'm going to just say care chaplain at Grady Hospital, Air Force Reserve chaplain, an associate minister at First Congregational Church, United Church of Christ, located at 105 Portland Street, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia. Reverend Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Don't worry, that's not an easy name to pronounce. It is AZARIAH, and it's palliative care chaplain here at Grady. Thank you so much. I did got you working a little bit. So again, thank you, Madam President, and I also just want to take this time to thank every council member that is present and not present today. Definitely appreciate all of y'all's hard work and dedication to our city and to your duties, especially in times that are very critical as this. So without further ado, if you will, please join me in a moment of prayer. Sometimes, Lord, in the hustle and bustle of the day, the many meetings, work details, teleconferences, message preparation, and the list goes on and on. We may feel lost somewhere in the big picture, forgetting that our individual effort adds to the overall mission and the beauty of the big picture. Help us to remember, Lord, that our work is not determined by our show of outward strength or the volume of our voice or the thunder of our accomplishments. It is to be seen in the terms of the nature and depth of our commitment, the genuineness of our purpose, the quiet courage of our conviction, our capacity to accept life on life's term, and our willingness to continue to grow and learn from each other. Almighty God, we pray for unity, peace, justice for all, and continued hope for tomorrow. I now lift up every member of this council, that your grace and mercy will continue to reign upon them in their personal lives and the lives of their work, and also in every decision that is presented today and for days to come. Lord, may your peace and may your presence guide us all. It is with gratitude that we receive the challenges and blessings of this day. If we will all say together, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend Terrell. We appreciate your coming and serving for us today, our invocation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm. So now if all members can join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now go to our remarks by the public. Again, it will be 2 hours and 4 minutes. Mr. Clerk.
The public may leave a comment of their concerns by dialing the scheduled numbers 404-330-6001 between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. the day before the scheduled meeting. Public comment for the full council agenda shall not exceed 2 minutes. In addition, the standing committees of zoning and committee on council will enter the committee of the whole, and the public may express their concerns for the individual committees by dialing the designated number. Committee on Council, 404-330-6069, and Zoning, 404-330-6035. Messages for the committee meeting shall not exceed 3 minutes. No public comments are allowed on legislative items that have gone before or will go before the ZRB. Thank you. Mr. Mathenberg.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to your government in action. And Howard, being an advocate, public policy analyst. With approximately 20,000 citizens and stakeholders within the neighborhood planning unit R, the NPUR9 has set the NPUR quorum at the ridiculously low figure of 10. That way, when only 20 of the 20,000 residents within NPUR attend the meeting, the NPUR9 can say they've done a great job. I ask you to invite the residents and stakeholders of Neighborhood Planning Unit R expect some help in increasing citizen participation, now currently being restricted by the NPUR9 and averaging 15 to 20 members out of the 20,000. I advise that should you somehow find it within yourselves to take action on my complaint, you may fall out of favor with people in high places who neutrify the NPUR9. Apollo Jacobs, Anthony Robinson, Annette L. Scott, Paulus Clare, Allison Hathaway, and the NPUR9 syndicate. I'm going to help them today. I'm going to do right by people that need second hand.
I'm going to the grocery store after they get here. Get things well.
Today's council meeting is held in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1 in regards to the Open Meetings Act.
Everyone, please hold. Please hold. All right, that was. I don't think that was it. I thought that there was 2 hours, but perhaps it was 2 minutes. Is that correct? Let me find out from staff. Please hold, everyone. Okay, colleagues, and someone needs to mute their phone. Okay, and if we will make sure that council members are alert, we will move on then. I'm sorry, I misread my notation. I thought it was 2 hours and 4 minutes, but it appeared to be 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So now we'll continue on with the agenda. And we are now at the report of the journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, FORIS Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the September 21st, 2020 regular council meeting and the September 30th, 2020 special call virtual city council meeting are true and correct.
All right. Without objection, on unanimous consent, we will accept and file. And before you move further to communications, the way that I was given the comments from the public, I misconstrued the number. So the full council had 2, I'm assuming that's saying it was 2 messages for 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Zoning Committee has 1 comment for 1 minute and 41 seconds. And Committee on Council has 73 comments for a total of 1 hour and 49 minutes. Now that I know the way that it's text, I will not make that mistake again. So please forgive me for the mistake on the comment initially. So now we will move to communication.
Madam President, if I could found items 1 through 7 at the block.
Proceed.
20-C-0090, a communication from Council President Felicia A. Moore appointing Mr. James Caldwell to serve on the task force for the promotion of entertainment and culture. 20-C-0091, a communication from Council Members Madeline Mosby Archibong, District 5, Jennifer I, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, J.P. Matsakite, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Mr. Brian Goebel to serve on the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0092, a communication from Dr. Elois Clemente, President and CEO of the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta, appointing Mr. Lonnie Sober to serve on the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0093, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the City Auditor's Office Fiscal Year 2021 Audit Schedule. 20-C-0094, a communication from Chief Rodney Bryant, Atlanta Police Department, appointing Major Fred Watson to serve on the Task Force for the Promotion of Entertainment and Culture. 20-C-0095, a communication from Interim Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the September 14, 2020 through September 18, 2020 weekly contracts report. 20-C-0096, submitting the September 21st, 2020 through September 25th, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file all 7.
Okay, there's a motion to accept and file a recommendation to accept and file all 7 on unanimous consent of members present. All 7 will be accepted and filed.
Unanimous consent currently is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, have any other members joined us since roll call? All right, that is correct, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. 20-C-0097, a communication from Councilmembers Carla Smith, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Antonio Brown, District 3, Lita Winslow, District 4, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, appointing Ms. Allison Kaufman to serve as a member of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services and Committee on Counseling.
Let it follow that course.
20-C-0098, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report. Tree Trust Fund, staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Finance Executive Committee.
Let it follow that course.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Consideration of vetoed legislation.
There is none.
Unfinished business.
There is none.
We're now at Consent Agenda Section 1. Consent Agenda Section 1. Please indicate with your speaker button if you have any items that you would like removed from Consent Agenda Section 1. Please indicate with your speaker button. Ms. Shepard.
Yes, on page 11, item number 1620-R-4376.
Page 11, item 16. On what committee is that with?
Finance.
Finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Overstreet, you had indicated you had an item?
I do, but my item is unheld. Do I indicate that now?
No, when we get to that committee. When we get to that committee.
Thank you.
Any other items for Consent Agenda Section 1?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, this is Councilman Westmoreland.
Yes.
I need to pull item 20-R-4311. It's item number 1 on page 8.
Item 1, page 8.
Thank you, Mr. Westmoreland.
Yes, ma'am.
And what committee does that fall under?
CDHS.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one else, let's open the vote on Consent Agenda Section 1 minus the 2 items.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. Please continue to hold.
For the public, we're waiting our assistant to put the vote up.
Please continue to hold.
Okay, it's up. Yeah.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The consent agenda, section 1, is adopted. Now we move to consent agenda, section 2. All items on consent agenda, section 2, will be referred to the standing committees as indicated. Our next report is the report of standing committees. The first is Community Development Human Services Committee. The Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. We have 2 items now. The first item is 20-0-1423, an ordinance by council members Amir Faroqi, Antonio Brown, Matt Westmoreland, Michael Julian Bond, Carlos Smith, and Joyce M. Shepard, is amended by the Community Development Human Services Committee to amend Chapter 94, Human Relations, so as to add a new Article 9 entitled Landlord-Tenant Security Deposit Regulations, and to provide for related regulations, requirements, and procedures, and for other purposes. This paper comes to full council. Move to approve, 6 yeas, 1 abstention. And the motion is to adopt.
Second, Faroqi.
Madam President.
President Moore indicated that she had been thrown off the call. She's joining the meeting momentarily.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I hit the wrong button and knocked myself off the system. So the motion is to adopt.
Yes, and there was a second by Councilmember Faruqi.
Thank you so much. Second by Faruqi. Well, we don't need a second. That was a recommendation from the committee. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. To adopt.
Let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Well, yeah, Shook with a question.
Okay, Mr. Shook, before we open the vote.
I have also been excommunicated. So if Mr. Westmoreland could give me a few keywords to the caption, that would be great.
Sure thing. It's landlord tenant. Okay.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Sure.
Okay, we're good. Let's continue to open. The vote is open.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
Next item is 20-R-4311, CDP-20-029, an amended resolution by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to transmit the capital improvements element, CIE, which include capital improvements that the city intends to fund in whole or in part with development impact fees to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs and the Atlanta Regional Commission in compliance with the requirements of the Georgia Development Impact Fee Act, DIFA, and for other purposes. Colleagues, all of us just received an updated amendment for Attachment A, but I'm actually going to make a motion that we hold this item in the breast of council for a cycle, and we will take care of that amendment and any other changes that may need to happen between now and October 19th. So the motion coming out of committee was to adopt. I'm going to make a motion to hold in the breast of council.
Okay, there's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second, Archibong.
Second by Archibong. Let's open the vote on the motion to table or hold in the breast of council.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. It is tabled. Next item.
That concludes the report of the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Public Safety, Legal Administration, the Honorable Joyce Shepard, Chair.
Madam President, we do not have a report today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, now we move on to the Transportation Committee, the Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We have 2 items for the Transportation Committee. And I'll fill in a second. Okay, we have item number 20-C-0075, which is on page 34, item number 1, page 34, item number 1, 20-C-0075. This is to be accepted and filed, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report for aviation security. And my motion is to accept and file.
Motion is to accept and file. If there is no objection on unanimous consent, we can accept and file.
Okay. Then the next one is page 34, item number 2, 20-R-4299, an amended resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or designee to execute an agreement with Archer Western Lewis Contracting JV for project number listed, South De-icing complex ramp in an amount not to exceed $99,255,995.85 at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. All services will be charged to and paid from the account listed, and the motion is to file.
Okay, the motion is to file. And Mr. Clerk, when you call that vote, would you please check on the last vote was unanimous consent, so Mr. Brown is present. Would you check the votes, a couple votes before that to be sure that he came up? He said he's being thrown off the system. So we're ready to open the vote on the motion to file.
Please vote. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Brown, I do believe that you should be recorded because you're not showing up as waiting to vote. So even though the system threw you out if you voted, which you would have because you would have come up. So let's say all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
Okay, all right. And would you check the other 2 votes prior to the unanimous consent to make sure Mr. Brown was in the affirmative, Mr. Clark?
He was not registered in the affirmative, but we will add him to the total vote.
Yes, he said he was being thrown off the system. I know they're working with him. So it's 12 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item.
Madam President, we're populating the votes now. That would be 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. 14 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed.
And that concludes the report of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you so much. We now move to Finance Executive Committee, the Honorable Howard Shook, Vice Chair.
Thank you. First is 20-RT-7002. This is a report of the Chief Financial Officer of the transfer of appropriations from one line item to another line item. Various funds approved under Section 6304B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta. The motion is to accept and file.
Motion is to accept and file. If there is no objection on unanimous consent, we will accept and file that report.
Thank you. Next,
none? Okay. Go ahead.
Next is a communication 20-C-0078. This is a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report entitled Management of Live Nation Lease Agreements and file.
Okay, the motion is to accept and file from the committee. If there's no objection, hearing none, on unanimous consent, we will accept and file. Next item
is 20-01355, an ordinance by finance exec, waiving the joint venture notary requirements contained in Section 2-1369 1B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code, and authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Department of Aviation to execute an agreement with BBH Uptime, a joint venture comprised of Brooksbury Haney and Associates and Uptime Electric Company, Inc. for project number listed, North Airfield ground lighting cable replacement at the airport in an amount not to exceed $12,272,583.40. All services to be charged to and paid from, etc. And for the purposes, the motion is to file.
Motion is to file. Can we open the vote on the motion to file?
Please.
Hold on, please.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. One moment, please.
And while we're waiting, Ms. Overstreet, I assume you are asking to speak for the held item you'd like to remove?
That's correct, Madam President.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, after you finish your items, Ms. Overstreet will be recognized to remove a held item.
Thank you.
Madam President, we had the incorrect item displayed. If everyone wanting to fill, please vote.
Okay, everyone, recast your vote. On the motion to file. Was that correct? Yes, it was to file. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
All right, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
And the motion is to file.
Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item
is Resolution 20R4315, resolution by Mr. Brown, as substituted and amended by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, declaring that following the submission of legislation for consideration by the Atlanta City Council by the Department of City Planning, pursuant to which Chapter 30 of the article of which is listed here, public property vending shall be amended to provide for new ordinance to govern the regulation of food trucks operating on public property within the City of Atlanta, that there shall be written notice of proposed food truck legislation for review and comment to each neighborhood planning unit, declaring that thereafter a public hearing shall be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, during which the Department of Parks and Rec, Department of City Planning, as well as the Department of Finance and the Department of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as the Atlanta Street Food Coalition and the Fulton and DeKalb County Boards of Health, shall be invited to present information which may inform the Atlanta City Council's consideration of the proposed amendments to the City of Atlanta's public property food truck ordinances, and for the purposes, and I believe Mr. Brown has an amendment.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, let me ask this before we move forward. On the last vote, were you in the affirmative? Mr. Brown. I know Mr. Brown was having trouble connecting with the system. I don't know if he's on mute because we do not hear you, or if he's also on the phone. Can we check and see if he is on the phone line? Okay, Mr. Brown is kicked off of the phone.
I'm on the line.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Were you on the line for the last motion to file? They have you marked as absent, so I can get that correct.
Well, I've been on hold. I just got put back on the line right when you said my name.
Okay, so prior to that, we had a vote.
Okay, I didn't even hear the vote because I was listening to whole.
Yes, there was the report to file for the what was the audit report. So
that's fine.
I guess
both of you, Mr. President.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, on the previous vote, could you make that 14 yeas instead of 13? 14 yeas, 0 nays, and mark Mr. Brown as in the affirmative?
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Conway? Is that Mr. Conway? I thought that, whose voice I heard? Okay, so now we are on this particular one. Mr. Brown, did you have a amendment?
I'm sorry?
We're on the street vending legislation. Did you have an amendment?
Yes, ma'am. We do have an amendment that should have already been sent to all the council members, and it basically states that we would allow for 150 feet between restaurants for food trucks to operate unless otherwise permitted by the restaurant.
Does anyone have the actual language to read?
Yes, it was sent out. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I just want someone to read the exact language.
Yep, bear with me just 1 second, Madam President. I'll read it. The exact language states in the be it further resolved claim that potential amendments considered by the Atlanta City Council may include those by which an enhanced streamlined process to provide more operators with the ability to sell food in designated areas of the City of Atlanta, an expanded licensing model for food truck operators that serve to legitimize their businesses, and regulations which would disallow food trucks within 150 feet of a restaurant unless otherwise permitted by the restaurant, and a food truck village that periodically travels to alternate locations throughout the city may be established.
Is there a second?
Shook seconds.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Shook to amend. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Madam President, I had just a statement I wanted to make.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is a resolution, so it is not binding. But I just really have some concerns, and I expressed them in the public safety meeting. And I'm very supportive of the truck vending industry because I voted for it when former Councilmember Kwanzaa Hall was in office and introduced it. I think it's very good. I don't have a problem with it. I just think that this legislation is premature. And I did state that when on last week in the public safety meeting that I was going to call the Georgia Restaurant Association, and I did. So their response was that they had talked with Commissioner King, but it hadn't been about this particular issue. And I really feel that we're and I don't even know what his proposal is going to be. So I want to be able to hear from him, at least in all fairness to the work that they've done over the month. But I'm just really concerned about the timing of it and the crisis that we're in now. And I think the industry, they said that the association said they were going to send something to all the council people. And I just had some personal angst.
Okay, Ms. Winslow.
Can I say one? Can I say one? Yes.
Yeah, I was letting you go on, but we're on the amendment right now. Your concerns are about the paper as a whole.
Okay,
so
I'll just wait and then get my last line. Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, so now we're on the amendment. Ms. Shepard, did you want to speak to the amendment?
So I just have a couple of questions. So again, the original resolution was actually creating a format for us to look at truck vending across the city in parks and other spaces. And I know if we went through...
Please mute your phone if you're not talking. Please mute your phone if you're not talking. Start over, Ms. Shepard. And we're on the... And I hope your comments are on the amendment. Go ahead.
Yes. But, so, again, as we talked about the resolution originally from last week in public safety, basically we were looking at what was going to come forth. The amendment and substitute was done in a way where we said we were going to wait on the Commissioner King to bring forth legislation within the next 30 days. So I'm asking Mr. Brown, in terms of what you're doing now, in my mind, to some extent, is adding information that will come forth as a part of the ordinance that he's going to bring forth and talk about the 150 feet and all the other things. I'm just asking for clarity on that. I mean, I don't think it's an issue. It is a resolution, but I just want to say that that's also something I think that will be discussed as a part of the ordinance that Mr. King, Commissioner King, supposed to bring forth in the 30 days after we pass this resolution. That's all I have to say.
All right. Mr. Brown, did you want to respond before we vote on the amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Shepard, you're absolutely right. We're on the same page. The only reason we added in this amendment was because it was more or less a good faith measure with the Georgia Restaurant Association and what they were requesting and asking for to be included into the resolution, so that when Commissioner King builds out his ordinance to present to us, for us to take to the MPUs and have a work session on, they wanted to make sure that that was given consideration. So we just included it into the resolution.
Okay, I see no one else indicated to speak. Let's open the vote on the amendment.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast. And Mr. Brown, I guess he should be coming up because he was the mover. Okay, thank you.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we're back to the motion to adopt the paper as it is amended. Ms. Winslow, you had another statement?
Yes, and I remember us doing this resolution with the tree ordinance, with the tree resolution, I'm sorry, or resolution for the to change the formula for trees, or to have it counted in a different way. And the next thing I knew, we were in work session and didn't have any legislation before us. So I just think we're just jumping the gun, and we're putting legislation, putting information in there saying how many feet away we're going to be, that the trucks can be from a business.
I'm very uncomfortable with it, just very uncomfortable. So I'm not going to be voting in favor of it.
Okay, Ms. Shepard.
I just want to give clarity again in terms of what Mr. Shook read and in terms of what was substituted in the Public Safety Committee. In the Public Safety Committee, the substitute was one specifically that says that even this is a resolution, but we changed it in a way that going forward, Commissioner King had been working with all the entities in terms of a the trucking venue, food truck venue. So a substitute says 30 days. Mr. King has 30 days to come before us with legislation around what he'd already told us he was working on. So we're not actually moving forward with this resolution. It's a recommendation, but the substitute says that Mr. King will bring forth the actual legislation around food trucks, and then through that process, then we can begin to really talk about the substance of what will be discussed in there, along with all the folks that Mr. Shook read in terms of who would have input, including the NPUs and any restaurant industries and anybody else. And so I just want to make sure that there was clarity to that, Ms. Winslow, that we're not doing anything until Mr. King brings forth the resolution, the true legislation in terms of food truck vending. So I just want to make sure there was clarity on that.
Okay, you want us to, wait a minute, hold on, Ms. Shepard. Was that question to the chair?
No, I guess it was just a comment. I'm the chair, but it was just a comment to giving Ms. Winslow clarity, and she still have a right to vote yea or nay to this. I just want to make sure she wasn't confused about what she was saying. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So the next speaker is Mr. Bond, and then Ms. Winslow, I will take you right after Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question, though. I mean, we just did an amendment, I believe, to say that we're going to keep these food trucks 150 feet from businesses. I probably should have asked this before we voted on the amendment. Why are we getting to that level of specificity if our understanding is what Ms. Shepard explained? So this is a resolution, and we are waiting on the ordinance of study. I thought we were just basically, when we were in public safety, making a statement of support, supportive concept. So where did the 150 come from?
I think Mr. Brown responded to that earlier, but let me have him answer your question, Mr. Bond.
Okay.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And Councilmember Bond and as well as Councilmember Winslow, just for a point of clarity, the only reason we amended the resolution was because it was at the request of the Georgia Restaurant Association to include language within the resolution to consider as Commissioner King goes into developing his ordinance or working through the ordinance to present to this body to review and then eventually take to the NPUs and have a work session around. So it was really just a good faith measure to show the Georgia Restaurant Association that we're being inclusive and we hear them and we're willing to consider what they were asking for.
Okay, Ms. Winslow? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
That's all right. So they made the request with 150 feet, and we are, as you said, acknowledging their concern and confirming it with our vote.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's correct. And Mr. Bond, just for just one more clarity, they actually asked for 200 feet, and I responded back to the Georgia Restaurant, and I think all of council was on the email. It went back and forth yesterday, but there was an email between Daniel from the Georgia Restaurant Association and all of council, and in that exchange, I asked for a compromise from 200 feet to 150 feet unless otherwise permitted by the restaurant, and that was included into the resolution.
Okay. All right, thank you for the clarity.
No problem.
Ms. Winslow?
I'm sorry. I was on mute. I had myself on mute. And I talked to the Restaurant Association, and, you know, I think we're throwing figures out, because one of the things they said was something about whatever Savannah was doing, okay, in terms of fees. And so we're negotiating with people over the phone, and generally, you know, the Restaurant Association, they're good at coming and speaking for themselves. And so I'd like to know what the other businesses think about it. I mean, listen, I was the MPU coordinator. I was president of a neighborhood organization. I think it's great that we have the process where the MPUs, you know, also, you know, give us their opinion. But the business community, I mean, where are they? You know, we just kind of, hey, you know, you guys, suck it up. So I'm just not going to do it. I don't feel good about it. I think it's premature. I think it's early. And I don't know when this economy is going to turn around, but right now they're saying either 1 in 8 or 2 in 8 businesses are closing, and they're never going to open up again. And these are businesses in brick and mortar. So I just wanted to make that. So I don't have any problem with it going through the MPU, but we're premature. So I'm done. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. I see no one else indicated to speak, so let's open the vote. On the motion to adopt as amended.
Please hold. And I've been excommunicated again, Madam President. Sure.
No problem.
Add me to that list. I was knocked off as well. Councilmember Overstreet.
No, I took you off of, I know to call on you, Ms. Overstreet. Mr. Shook does too. I want to get it confused with my, you're on the system?
Yes, I was just knocked off, and I'm trying to get back connected, and it's not. Okay, thanks.
I'll call for your vote if it doesn't show up. So everyone, the vote is open.
Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
I don't see the names of everyone who has not voted. I know Ms. Winslow is not on the system. How do you vote?
No.
Ms. Archibong, how do you vote? Ms. Archibong, how do you vote? Mr. Brown, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Faroki, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yay.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Archibald, if you are on mute, unmute yourself. Okay. All votes are cast with the exception of Ms. Archibald.
Trying to log in. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm affirmative. I apologize.
All right. Affirmative for Ms. Archibald. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Still populating vote.
13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. It's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's 20R4370, a resolution by members Boone, Shepard, Winslow, Hillis, Bond, Brown, Smith, Overstreet, Dickens, Westmoreland, Cherokee, Ide, and Matskite, urging the Georgia General Assembly to adopt House Bill 1203, which repeals Article 4, Chapter 4, Title 17 of the official Georgia Code, and amending Title 17, 35, and 43 to prohibit arrests of private persons or other authorities not identified as a peace officer and for other purposes. And I will ask the sponsors to provide a motion and a second.
Was it with that recommendation?
This comes forward favorably with one abstention.
Okay, so the motion is favorable. Anyone want to speak to this item? Please indicate with your button. If you're not on the system, speak up.
Yes, I would, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I dearly wish we were in an environment where I could support this. We're clearly not. And given where we are now, given the public's angst and fearfulness about their public safety or lack thereof, I'm just not prepared to do anything that's going to signal to any constituent that I'm interested in diminishing their right to protect themselves or assist law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard.
Yes, I just want to say again, I absolutely support this. This is legislation that's been on the state books for years. I mean, I believe back in the 1800s where, and this was done by Ms. Boone, but I'm actually one of the co-sponsors also. But I support this. This is scenarios where we have laws to give residents the right to actually have citizen arrest. Case in point, that why it's so blatant to me and obvious to me is Ahmaud Arbery in Bronxville, Georgia, was case in point of this particular law that gives citizens the right to arrest folks when they suspect that they have done something illegal, and so they have to do a citizen arrest. In 2020, that is a major problem, especially in terms of where our country is at this point. It has been used over years for injustice in terms of black folks and other folks. I think that we're way past having a law like this that should be left and gone away. I'm not sure how many other states have it, but I absolutely support this and saying that we should not have a law like this on our books in the state of Georgia. And I'm supporting this in terms of the resolution that's before the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to echo the comments that Councilmember Shepard just made. You know, this Georgia's current law dates back to 1863 when slave owners were using it to capture runaway slaves, and in much more recent contexts, everyone is very familiar with Ahmaud Arbery and the use of this law in his murder. Earlier this year, there was another instance in Metro Atlanta where a woman followed someone who left a fender bender and ended up shooting that person during the citizen's arrest, and he died as well. And Georgia law says you have to either see the crime or have immediate knowledge of it, and it has to be a felony, and someone has to be fleeing the scene. And in both of those instances, there wasn't any crime taking place, and in the instance of the fender bender, it was a misdemeanor. So I appreciate Councilmember Boone for introducing this piece of paper, and I know that the Speaker of the Georgia House and a chairman of a House committee are working on hearing feedback from Georgia residents at the moment, and hopefully they can take action on it this session.
Thank you. Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. I would like to ask that everyone support this very old piece of legislation that has been sitting under the Gold Dome for many, many years. Please support this and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, let's open the vote. The motion is to adopt.
Please vote. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Faroki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Archibald?
Yes.
Mr. Shook?
Nay.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. It's adopted. Next item.
All right. I believe authors of 20R4269 wish to pull up a paper from hell.
Okay, Ms. Overstreet?
That is correct. I move to pull 20-R-4269 off Hill and bring it before full council, please.
All right. It's been held for the requisite 2 cycles.
2 cycles,
Mr.
yes.
Chair, would you please read the caption?
This is a resolution by Ms. Overstreet and Ms. Boone authorizing the council president and members of the Atlanta City Council use the City of Atlanta's mass notification system for the purposes of notifying constituents of information important to the community and for other purposes.
Ms. Overstreet?
Yes, so I am asking for support from my colleagues. This particular paper is because the digital divide during COVID is extremely huge, and it's having a bearing on our seniors, and they need more communication from council. And a lot of times these have been very extreme situations, emergencies, when it has really been impossible to reach them in ways that would have benefited them in a quick had I been able to contact them faster. So
can I get a motion?
I move to I'm sorry, I move
to adopt.
Yes, excuse me, just a second, please. Yes, I move to adopt this resolution at the
second. Boone.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion by Overstreet, a second by Boone. Ms. Overstreet, are you complete with your comments?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, Ms. Boone, you're up next.
Yes, Madam President. I would also urge my colleagues to please support this very important. Many times we're in the community and folks are not receiving information, and especially during this critical time when getting resources and meeting deadlines has been so very important. So I second that motion by Ms. Overstreet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak?
Shook with a question.
Hello? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's... Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Mr. Shook and Ms. Smith.
Yeah, Shook with a question for the law department. Would such community alerts be via our current contract with the vendor who handles that? And am I right in remembering that in a previous assessment of what that contract is supposed to accomplish in a subsequent legal opinion, that such contract and service are for emergency uses only?
Okay, Law Department, if you could respond and
yes, this is Nina Hickson. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Council member, the contract itself would not prohibit the use for this particular purpose. What the contract speaks to, however, is that any purpose would have to comply with the law. To the extent that these announcements are non-emergency, there's a requirement under federal law that persons who are opting to receive this would have to affirmatively consent or opt into the system. So, for example, if people have signed up for the Notified 311 system, then that means they have affirmatively agreed to receive emergency messages. To the extent there are other messages being rendered, then there has to be a specific consent to receive other messages. Where there's not a consent to do so, then you run afoul of the Federal Telephone Consumer Protection Act. And so that was the discussion that was in the legal opinion that was rendered about a year ago on this particular issue, stating that there would need to be policies, and then there would need to be a way to allow, if you're going to use it for non-emergency purposes, that there would have to be a manner to allow people to consent to that, and that their signing up for Notify ATL in and of itself would not be sufficient.
What would the process? Yeah. What would the process be to acquire that consent from individual recipients?
There would have to be some means to ask them if they consent, and they would have to express that consent affirmatively. There would not be an opt-out. In other words, it can't be done passively. It has to be an affirmative request. So somebody would have to actually make a request and get the matter documented that consent is affirmed.
All right, I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Yeah, I was wondering, I don't think it's just for seniors. I think it's for, like, different parts of town or, like, just your district. And I was wondering, like, who could we get with? Is it a city employee, or is this just a service that you can't really... what I'm trying to get at is, how would you decide what you're saying, and then how would you get it to be specific for the people that you're trying to send the message for? Does that make sense? Can you narrow it down? Because I know, like, if there's a water main break, the water department sends out something, but if we felt like we needed to say more, then how would we go about doing that? I guess this would have been a question I should have asked in committee. But if we could find out, like, who can we get in touch with? Does that make sense? Is it just a service, or is someone at City Hall over that service?
I don't know if the law department can respond to that, but if you can, please do.
To a limited extent, I can, because it comes down to an operational issue, and my understanding is that the operation of the system falls between the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness and the 311, and so the responsibility is a shared one, and I would believe anything along those lines would be procedures that would have to be developed if they don't already exist, and would be managed or overseen by that particular group. But it's an operational issue and not necessarily a legal one.
Okay, so like if we knew that Watershed was going to send out a message, and then we wanted to send one, could we send one also, or should we talk with them about how we're going to do that? I don't know. I just am trying to figure out specifically how we can use it.
Let me see, hold on. Let me see if I can help council members so we can get some better direction. This paper is a dual referral, which means if you take action on it in Finance Executive Committee, it needs to go to Committee on Council. Committee on Council will be held in a committee of the whole, So at that time, Ms. Smith, you could ask those operational questions because we can hear from the department. So someone can be alerting them now, and we can hear from the departments to be able to answer the question that you're asking.
Perfect, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Boone?
Yes, I call the question.
Okay, I don't know if that's necessary. I didn't see anyone else to speak. Can we just open the vote? Ms. Boone, is that good with you?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. Without seeing anyone else to speak, let's open the vote, Mr. Clerk, on the motion to adopt, understanding that it will also go to Committee on Council.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
I've just voted online.
Excuse me? Yes, Mr. Shook?
Nay.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Populating vote. Yeas, 1 nay on the motion to refer.
On the motion to adopt. It's 13 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted, and it will be in the Committee on Council. So, Mr. Massakai, make sure you add this to your agenda when we're in the Committee of the Whole, please. Mr. Bond?
Yeah, I have a question. May make a point of order. The motion was to adopt the paper, correct?
Correct.
Then why is it being referred?
Right. It is referred. Excuse me.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
Excuse me, Ms. Winslow. I'm chairing the meeting. And Mr.
No,
Bond,
I didn't know I wasn't on
your
mute.
Okay. You talking to yourself. Okay, Mr. Bond, I'm answering your question. The paper is a dual referral, so it was to be heard in Finance Executive Committee and the Committee on Council. So now that it is adopted in Finance Executive Committee, it now moves to be considered in the Committee on Council. And I just alerted. Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like to make a point of order that is not accurate. And that has never happened in my experience on the City Council. Whether a paper is a dual referral or not, if it's called up for action by a committee at the full council meeting, once it's been adopted, it's adopted.
It is adopted in Finance Committee, but it still is on the Committee on Council's agenda and needs to be held in the Committee on Council.
Madam President,
hold on 1 second. Let me, the parliamentarian's calling me. Hold on. We hear your point. Hold on, Mr. Bond. Okay, Mr. Bond, the parliamentarian agrees with your assessment, and so it will not be held in Committee on Council.
Okay.
So it is adopted. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to move to the mayor's office post haste.
Second, Overstreet.
Okay, there's a motion by Bond, second by Overstreet to move to the mayor's office post haste. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on moving it to the mayor's office post haste.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
Mr. Shook voted, okay.
Yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. It's adopted. Ms. Smith?
I'm the one that voted nay because I really do want to figure out, like, the importance and, you know, who am I going to get with to find out how the system works and like, what kind of messages we're going to get and how specific, like, can they get down to a street or is it going to go out to the whole district? I really still have a few questions about this.
Okay. It's not going to be, and I thought because it was dual referral that we would still hear it in Committee on Council. Since we are not, I do think we could probably still get some answers to your questions when we're in Committee of the Whole, even though we've adopted the paper and it has now gone to the mayor's office. But what I heard, Ms. Smith, that the law department alluded to, there may need to be another piece of legislation that clearly specifies the sort of the rules of engagement on this and who will be the contact and what the messaging should be. So there may need to be some clarification in legislation to do that. That's what I surmise.
I'm going to just make a request, like here at the full council meeting, that someone from the operations side of the Everbridge system just at least please give me a call so I can figure this out.
Well, yes, and once you figure it out, please share it with all of us. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Wait. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to further explain my vote as it relates to the point of order. The point of order I was making is that when a paper is called up by an individual, once it's been held up in a particular committee for the requisite 2 cycles, when the city council is considering the legislation, once it's voted upon to be adopted, it's being voted out, and the referrals don't matter necessarily at the full body of the council because we're acting not as the finance committee in this particular instance that would refer to another committee. We're acting as the full body. It's only the full city council and legislation. Everything to do in committee is just like what happens at an MPU. It's advisory to the full body. And to kind of piggyback on to answer Ms. Smith's question, when this service was made available to the council almost 6 years ago, each council office has a portal into Everbridge and always has had a portal into Everbridge and always has had access to Everbridge through the Department of Information Technology. And so the staff there that would support you. But the calls, as our esteemed city attorney has pointed out, can only be made to those who have signed on for the service. And they can be any type of calls as long as they are of a governmental nature and people have given their consent to receive those calls.
So if you wanted to send this, you can only send the call to people who signed up. So if you're trying to make a call using Everbridge to go to a particular street and you don't have anyone signed up on that street, then you can't make that call to those particular individuals. But if people signed up one street over or on the next block or a couple blocks away, those are the people that you can use the service to contact for any reason, as long as it is a governmental purpose. And I'm sure we'll have more questions, but when I was signed on to the service more than 5 years ago, it was Aiken who over the emergency management system that told me about the service and urged me to use it. And I was using it very successfully. The people who had signed on, who had given me their telephone numbers. And it works like a charm. And I believe Ms. Overstreet and Ms. Boone are correct. There are many people in this town who are accustomed, who are not on the internet, or don't manage it well, or don't have it on their cell phone, who are accustomed to getting notices in a more traditional way. And I think this will help us reach those citizens who are wanting to hear and receive messages from the government. And that's it.
Ms. Overstreet?
Yes, quickly, I first want to thank my colleague, but mostly want to make sure that everyone knows that I will be following up with intentional rules of engagement of what will be acceptable and unacceptable. It probably won't be in the form of legislation because that is not required, but it will be an explanation, because what I know for sure is that it is easy to sit at home with your Wi-Fi working, very connected in the city of Atlanta, but it is hard to sit at home without Wi-Fi and without electronic connections to receive the proper information that you need, especially during this time. It has really been an issue for so many of my citizens, and I'd like to correct that, and we should use all tools available to make sure that we're reaching everyone that we can. Thank you.
Ms. Boone? Okay, I see she stopped. So now the next item.
Madam President, just again wanting to thank everyone for this support, especially during this time when we have realized how actually crippled we were during the pandemic and getting the work as citizens. So I want to thank Councilmember Overstreet and everyone. These early morning calls were very helpful this morning, and I think we worked some things. So Councilmember Overstreet, I will be working with you to come up with the rules of engagement on this. Thank you so much. This is a very valuable tool, and hopefully everyone can move quickly getting their citizens to sign onto this system.
Next item.
Right. I believe that this item was pulled from consent by Ms. Shepard, 20R4376, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not showing that on the finance consent report.
Okay. Ms. Shepard, do you have the caption? Could you read the caption, please?
Well, okay, wait a minute. I'm going to have to get it. Page 11, item 16. Okay, let me go back to page 11, item 16. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Okay, this is 20-R-4376. A resolution by Councilman George Shepard, Howard Ship, J.P. Mazzatite, Matt Westmoreland, Andre Dickens, and Madeline Mosby Archibald, as amended by Finance Executive Committee, to express support for House Resolution 164, which proposes to amend the Constitution of the State of Georgia for a question on the November 3rd, 2020 general election ballot, so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by general law for the creation of or renewal and dedication of renewed revenue derived from fees or taxes to the public purpose for which such fees or taxes were intended and for other purposes. This resolution is a resolution supporting the Senate House Resolution 164 that will be on the ballot on our ballot on November 3rd. This resolution, as a case in point, is where we are actually, when you go and purchase a car at this point, and they take X amount of money from you that is actually then sent over to the state for us to all the illegal dumping of tires and illegal dump sites and things like this. That money and those taxes for folks who've been around for a while have been allocated for years to actually go out and actually clean up properties that are environmental issues in our communities across the city of Atlanta and actually literally across the state. I was in a Senate hearing a couple of weeks ago where they asked me to speak on this. What has happened over the years is that the state has been taking funding from these accounts, and other accounts very similar to this, and actually diverting it to actually balance the budget for the state. And actually, this program has never been implemented the way it should be in the state. And so, to some extent, they were actually even trying to decrease the amount of money that was taken and actually divert it again to other places. So, several senators and House representatives got together to actually do this constitutional amendment to make it constitutional that this money cannot be taken and actually put in another source anywhere other than what it was intended for. So they went through that and actually got agreement. The governor signed off onto it with the position being that it is voted on by residents of the state. So I'm asking this resolution is asking us as a council to support this resolution and House Resolution number 164 and to actually educate our citizens across the city that to go out and vote for this. This is something that's good for the city, good for the state, and we're asking for your support. And Ms. Overstreet and Mr. Hillis, both of them.
Let's start with your motion. Let's start with the motion on the paper.
The motion is to support. But
the motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Well, he wants to amend it.
That's what I want to do is an amendment, Ms.
I know, but you pulled it off, so I just want to start with the motion to adopt. Okay, we got that. Now go ahead with your amendment.
The amendment is to add Mr. Hillis and Ms. Overstreet's name to the paper. I inadvertently forgot to add Mr. Hillis, and Ms. Overstreet said that she wants to add her name also. Anyone else who wants to add their name. So the amendment is to add those two names.
Motion to amend with Hillis and Overstreet. Any other names? Please indicate with the speaker button, please, if you can. That way I can make sure we get them all. Mr. Brown, anyone else with the speaker button whose name would like to be added to this amendment? So now we have Hillis, Overstreet, Brown, Smith.
Yes, and Chuck, I'd like to vote for something in the last 30 minutes here.
Okay, would you like your name added?
Yes, please.
Okay, and Shook.
And I'd like my name added. Winslow, please add my name.
Winslow, please add Winslow. Anyone else? Last call. All right, so that is the motion to amend. Is there a second?
Shook.
Second by Shook.
I'm sorry, I'm in
Motion by Shepherd, second by Shook to add those names to the legislation. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. (14 yeas, 0 nays).
14 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Now, on the paper as amended. Any further discussion?
Okay, so we're going to do a motion to approve as amended, right?
We've already got a motion to adopt. We're good. Ms. Shepherd, thank you. If there's no more discussion, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted as amended. All right. Anything else, Mr. Chair?
No, just like that, our report is concluded.
Thank you so much. Now we go to City Utilities Committee. The Honorable Nadine Archibong, Chair.
Thank you very much, Council President Moore. We do not have a report at this time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now I will entertain a motion to go into the Committee of the Whole from hearing first from Zoning Committee and then Committee on Council.
So moved. Smith.
Second.
Motion by Smith, second by Massacite to go into the Committee of the Whole. Let's open the vote on going into the Committee of the Whole.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor? In favor?
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. (14 yeas, 0 nays).
14 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. We are now in the Committee of the Whole. We'll start with the Zoning Committee. The Honorable Carla Smith, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. If you'll turn your agendas to page 29, I will first, after that, ask the clerk to please play the public comment.
Greetings to you, Zoning Committee, council members, and staff. And special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to our government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. The NPUR Zoning Committee has been chaired year after year after year by Renette L. Scott. Under Renette L. Scott, NPUR Zoning Committee provides no public notices of its meeting or minutes of its meetings. I urge that if there was any recommendations come to you from Neighborhood Planning Unit R, you mandate that those recommendations be accompanied by the minutes of the NPUR meeting verifying that a vote on the membership was taken. I further ask that you verify that a certified and sworn member of the City Planning Department was present to authenticate the vote by the membership. I hasten to caution you again that any attempts by you experts to interfere with the modus operandi of the NPUR 9 will be met with fierce resistance from the R9, movers and shakers. Antonita Robinson, Lois Claire, Ricardo Jacobs, Burnett L. Scott, Alvin White, Allison Hathaway, and NPU R9 cohorts. Thank you.
Okay, item number 1 is 20-0-1587 MRPA, which is Metropolitan River Protection Act. 20-03, the location is 2022 West Paces Ferry. This is a public hearing for a grant to grant a certificate for residential addition under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act. So I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing and to hear any comments if there have been any.
Okay, there's a motion to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Shook.
Second by Shook. Motion by Ms. Smith to open the public hearing. Can we open the vote on opening the public hearing?
Okay.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote? Mr. Bond, how do you vote? Okay. I'll vote
The vote is now. The vote is now closed. Populating vote. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The public hearing is open.
And I've been notified by several different people here that there were no public comments that came in on this. So I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Shook second.
Is there a second? Okay, Shook second. Motion by Smith to close the public hearing. All right, let's open the vote on closing the public hearing.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond? Mr. Bond? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The public hearing is closed.
Thank you. Now I'll make a motion to approve.
What are we approving?
The 2022 West Paces Ferry to grant the certificate of a residential addition under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act.
Okay, the motion is to approve. Is there a second?
Shook.
Second by Shook. Motion by Smith. If there's no discussion, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
All right. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote.
Okay, go on and read it again.
Ms. Winslow, you're not muted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Performances by
Ms. Winslow, please mute your phone.
Vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
It is adopted.
Thank you. Items number 2 and 3 I'd like to take together as a block, Madam President.
All right.
Number 2, thank you, 20-0-1026 Z-20-10. This is a text amendment to amend the zoning ordinance to create a Chapter 40 Marietta Street artery overlay. Item number 3, 20-0-1323, Z-20-37. This is a text amendment to amend SPI 12, the Buckhead Lennox Station Special Public Interest District, from the PDOC, Plan Development Office Commercial, zoning classification to SPI 12, Sub-Area 4, the Buckhead Lennox Station's Special Public Interest District, Sub-Area 4, zoning classification, and to the Buckhead Parking Overlay District. The motion on these two is favorable.
Motion is favorable. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Any further discussion? Did we get a second on that motion before we move forward?
It looks like Mr. Hillis seconded it.
Okay, Mr. Hillis, we have you as the seconder. Do you consent to that?
Yeah, second.
Thank you.
All right, let's all vote to pass.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. I see it on one screen, but I don't see it on the other. It is 14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Okay, next item.
Item number 4, 20-0-1412, Z-20-42. This is a text amendment to rezone certain properties in the Candler Park neighborhood from R5, two-family residential, to R5C, two-family residential conditional, to encourage compatibility of new construction with existing residential properties and reduce on-site parking for new two-family structures. We do have one amendment that we need to do. It's in your packet, and the amendment is as follows: to add a fourth condition under Section 4, which shall read as follows. Number 4, zero lot line subdivision is permitted provided a minimum of 4,500 square feet in the net lot area is provided, and adding Section 5, which will read as follows: that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with the terms of this ordinance are hereby repealed. I'll make a motion to approve the amendment I just read.
Okay, there's a motion. Second from Faroki. Any discussion on the amendment? Hold on 1 second, please. Okay. Okay, this is a thought. So let's start over. You read the caption, Ms. Smith, so can I get a motion on the paper first?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, is there a second to the motion to approve?
Second, Faroki.
Okay, Shook. All right, now you read the amendment, and you, Ms. Smith, you make the motion on the amendment?
The motion to amend is favorable.
Okay, is there a second to the amendment?
Shook. Second, Faroki.
Okay, so Mr. Shook and Smith have amended the paper. Let's open the vote on the amendment. And just remember, just for what's happening is you first have to make a motion on the paper before we amend the paper. That's what's going on, just in terms of steps.
Okay, sorry.
So that we have it before us. That's no problem. So we're on the amendment now by Smith and second by Shook.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
Ms. Shepard?
I seem to be dropping out of the system. In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Now on the paper as amended. Any discussion?
I'm making a motion to approve as amended. Thank you.
We're good. We're good. We're good already. The first motion sufficed.
Okay.
It was Smith and Shook made the motion to adopt. So let's open the vote on adopting it as we have amended it.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
I'd like to take items 5 through 9 together as a block, please.
Proceed.
Item number 5, 20-0-1386, Z-20-32. The location is 1750 Chattahoochee Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MR4AC. 20-0-1387, Z-20-33. The location is 1593 and 1595 Chattahoochee Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MRC2C. 20-0-1388, Z-20-34. The location is 1661 Chattahoochee Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MR5AC. 20-0-1393, U-20-07. The location is 1800 Piedmont Avenue. This is a special use permit for a private school. And number 9, 20-0-1594, U-20-12. The location is 1561 McClendon Avenue, and this is a special use permit for a child care center. The motion on items 5 through 9 is favorable as amended.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Second by Hillis. Motion by Smith to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on items 5 through 9.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Yay.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Items 5 through 9 are adopted.
Thank you. Item number 10, 20-0-1603. The location is 1856 Piedmont Avenue. This is to waive Section 16-11.003 for distance requirements for an existing service station. The motion is favorable.
Motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Motion by Smith. Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Item.
We have one ordinance for first read, item number 1120-0-1613, MRPA 20-04. The location is 2004 Whittier Avenue. This is to grant a certificate for a residential addition under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act, and the motion is to refer this to Zoning Committee.
The motion is to refer. Is there a second?
Shook.
Second by Shook. Motion by Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor?
All votes are carried.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is referred to the Zoning Committee.
And I'd like to announce that after careful consideration, I want to inform everyone that the Zoning Committee will be meeting the remainder of the year in Committee of the Whole. We looked at all the options. We had scheduling conflicts from other meetings. We had holidays, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, and then the December holidays, and it was difficult for us to find an appropriate time to meet. So we will look at alternatives in January of 2021 to see how we can fit Zoning Committee meeting in next year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We now go to Committee on Councils and Honorable J.P. Matsikai, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. The first item on the agenda is public comment, and I believe there are a number of public comments. I think I've been informed that there actually are over an hour of public comments, so an hour.
It's for 1 hour and 49 minutes.
Exactly. Thank you, Madam President. So if we could go ahead and please play those public comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Livingston, and I'm calling to strongly encourage City Council to reintroduce the Agape Tennis Center contract and legislation as soon as possible. Atlanta is such a wonderful tennis playing town, and we are all out there on the courts as much as we can, but we really need the Atlanta facilities fully open to matches and drills and whatnot so that everybody who's interested can play. Agape is the team to do this. They've got all of the people, they've got amazing coaches, they have all of the systems in place and ready to go to be up and running on day one. And that's what Atlanta needs right now. I'm a captain of an Ultra team who's not currently playing because there aren't enough teams within the city and the perimeter to have a season. It's been really challenging, and so we need to get that going again. The other thing is that I recently started playing pickleball at Agape, and if you've driven past any of the courts, like the courts at East Lake, which are not part of the tennis centers of Atlanta, but under your purview, if you've driven past them, they're like full to the brim with pickleball players all of the time. And I think that if you get Agape in, they can also start maybe programming the courts with pickleball and increasing the number of people who have access to and are interested in that sport as well. As soon as you can get that legislation passed, you're going to have absolutely thriving tennis centers in the city of Atlanta. We need this for our kids to play, for the adults who enjoy this sport. We are the #1 city in the whole world for playing tennis, and we need to keep it that way. Thank you so much for your time. And again, this is just a message to support legislation to give the tennis center contract to Agape Tennis Academy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Buckingham, and I live in Midtown, and I'm a frequent user of Piedmont Park. I'd like to talk about the fact that Piedmont Park has not been open in the tennis court. We take lessons from Tori Martin, and we've had to catch as catch can, mainly going to McClatchy Park. Piedmont being closed for all the kids and all the coaches and all the adults that take lessons and play there really doesn't make sense to us at all. We also think Agape Tennis Academy would be really good because we saw issues with how it's been run before. We'd really like our coach, Tori Martin, to have a place to coach with guaranteed courts, bathrooms for patrons, and lights. This is such a, Piedmont Park tennis is such an asset, and it's just really a shame that it's not being used appropriately. We don't know what's going on. We've been trying to find out. So we really hope that this gets resolved quickly because this should be a showcase for Atlanta and for Atlanta Midtown. Thanks again from Lori Buckingham.
Hi, my name is Nicole Warrior. I am a parent of 2 children who use the Piedmont tennis facility and were previously utilizing the UTA tennis program. Calling to see and petition that the Piedmont Tennis Club be opened again for instruction, specifically under the direction of Tori Martin, as we've been using 2 neighborhood facilities, neither of which have an appropriate number of courts, nor do they have lights, which will become an issue in the next couple of weeks as it will start to get dark by 5:30 or 6. So once again, we would like to see the Piedmont Tennis Facility reopened for tennis instruction as soon as possible. I can be reached at 267-259-7542. And once again, my last name is Warrior, W-A-R-R-I-E-R, first name Nicole, N-A-K-U-L, and I'm a resident here in Morningside. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Guy, and I have 2 children who have historically played tennis at Piedmont, ages 5 and 8 years old. We would really appreciate if Agape could begin managing the courts so that Coach Tori Martin, who we work with, and who will be the future director of tennis at Piedmont with Agape, does not have to continue to use McClatchy. Our kids have been playing at McClatchy, but it has disrupted their play quite a bit, and their tennis was something we put them into in order to have them, learn how to compete on the court, enjoy the game, and that's not something with the current situation that we are able to continue to do. This is primarily because sometimes we've had to cancel lessons because we have others waiting. That's tough on parents, right, who are scheduling lessons or lessons have to start later. Also because the lights, there's no lights at McClatchy, so that's become a problem for us. I think it's important that we think about the kids. Alta and USTA have both been approved, but the children have not. And right now, if we want to make things better for parents, we need to help out in terms of making sure the kids can start to get a bit more normalized. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Anderson, and I live here in Midtown, and I just wanted to voice my opinion and grievance regarding the tennis facilities in Atlanta not being open because of a bid that was not awarded to the company that won it, and therefore the tennis facilities are currently being operated by the city of Atlanta, which is not conducive to really operating the facilities at their optimum capacity. Many people cannot get reservations. We cannot reserve anything at the courts with less than a 48-hour notice, which is very unusual for a tennis facility. So my basic grievance is the city of Atlanta does not have the expertise to run tennis facilities. They don't understand what tennis players expect. They don't understand what a facility is like to run. And I would like to say that the facilities need to be open, but they need to be opened with a management company that knows how to run a tennis facility. Thank you. If you'd like to reach me, my number is 404-491-8090. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Cunningham, and I've been playing tennis in Atlanta for a long time, probably 10 or 12 years at least. My family, my husband and his family, has been playing in tennis in Atlanta for 40 plus years. And the quality of the programming and coaching at DeKalb Tennis Center is amazing. I play out of there. I play out of a team. I play T2 out of there. I take drills from them and private lessons. And I've taken the same sorts of lessons and drills, and I've played on other teams at other facilities, and it doesn't even come close to Agape. They're amazing. Amy Pasnick is amazing. The whole group, the coaches are friendly, they're fun, they're professional, and the city courts are just not being run effectively, and they can't be run effectively right now. And our courts at the DeKalb Tennis Center are packed all the time, which is great, but they're packed a lot too because there's no other courts to play on. Tennis is so important to Atlanta. It's a big, big part of my social life. It's a big part of my friends' social life. And with the proper management, the cities can have community, physical, emotional, and mental being that they can live their lives well, especially now during quarantine. Agape also has started their pickleball on the public court, and they want to bring that to all of Atlanta, which I think would be great for those that aren't big tennis players. Now they have another option, and pickleball is awesome. I did hear some stats which I thought were pretty amazing. Agape had over 2,000 court medals just in the month of September, which is unbelievable, and 700 private lessons just at the DeKalb Tennis Center. So that kind of shows you the draw and the pull and the kind of people that Agape hires, the kind of people that run Agape. So whatever we can do to help, I think Agape needs to run the city court. I think they would do a fantastic job. Everyone I know that plays on the city courts, they're extremely discouraged right now because they're not being run properly. They haven't been run properly. And I think if you just give Agape the chance, they can do it.
Good afternoon, City Council representatives. My name is Nellie Jackson, and I am an avid tennis player in and around the great city of Atlanta. I just want to let you know that I've played tennis pretty much all of my life, and I have played USTA as well as ALTA, as well as captained on various of these league teams. I think it's vital that the tennis courts in and around Atlanta open with new leadership. I've seen these teams, and some of them not in the best of conditions. If they open with new leadership, new management, and a new and diverse direction, cannot help but Atlanta cannot help but see success within the tennis community in Atlanta. Atlanta tennis is in need of leadership that is professional, that is innovative, and respected. We need a facelift for Atlanta. Atlanta is the premier region for tennis, for some of the best tennis in the United States of America. The Agape organization is the perfect organization to continue our great tennis reputation. They have the resources, they have the programs, they have the outstanding staff, and most importantly, the most knowledgeable coaching staff. In September alone, there were more than 2,000 court rentals and over 700 private lessons to include a very diverse age range, as well as league matches and pickleball instruction matches. Tennis is vital to me. It's so important to me and to people like me. Most importantly, tennis is important to our thriving very much.
Hi, this is Shannon Mikhaila. I use Piedmont Park as my tennis center, and I haven't been able to use it since March, and I would love for it to be opened again. I am coach down at McClatchy, which is Angley Park now, and I would really like for Agape to provide coaches that offer adult programming at Piedmont Park. Coach Tori Martin is providing lessons for me, but there's not a bathroom, and the courts are in disrepair. I would love for it to be open. I can't see why it can't be. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Joanne Biafor. I live in 30306, right by Piedmont Park Tennis Courts. I want to make it known that I would like the council to approve Agape to start managing the courts so that their director, Tori Martin, can get the tennis center up and running, particularly for the kids who have had absolutely no place to practice. He has been teaching 70 kids at the McClatchy courts, which is next to impossible, with it getting dark and late. And also, he is very good about not hogging the courts and hopping off and on to let the neighbors on, so the kids are waiting along even more to try and get to play tennis. And these are kids that are trying to train for college scholarships, and they have no place to play. And also now it's getting dark at night. There's no lights there. It's not even palatable at this point. And it's really hard when I walk by the Piedmont Park courts this afternoon and see ELTA and USPA going on and see a bunch of C5 women playing hitting diggle tennis, when kids who need to be training for college scholarships can't even get on the courts on a Sunday, or frankly any time, because the hours are so limited. So please, if the way to get the courts open is for Agape to manage them, then please let Agape and have Tori Martin be the head there. Otherwise, if there's any way that you could just have Tori Martin manage the Piedmont courts, or give him a large block of courts so he can run an established tennis program for the kids, please do what is necessary, because it's just becoming absolutely unpalatable in this neighborhood, period. It's just really sad. It's really about the kids, and they really have no place to play right now, and it's really terrible. So please do one of those things so we can get the courts and the tennis program for the kids up and running. Thanks so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Foreman. I'm a GO team member for the Morningside Elementary School, and I am calling in to voice my concern that the tennis courts are not open. I would very much like for Agape to begin managing the courts so that Coach Tori Martin, that coaches my daughter, and the future director of tennis at Piedmont with Agape, doesn't have to continue to use McClatchy courts in Ainsley neighborhood, which is also next door to me. But it just proves to be problematic because we can't have consistent schedules, and we know how important consistency is with student outcomes. There have been times when we've had to give up the courts to give it up to neighbors, which is a neighborly thing to do, but it's very frustrating that so many things around the city of Atlanta aren't open. However, the tennis courts are not open. I happen to be standing in my backyard now with my daughter practicing, and again, it would just be really beneficial if the courts at Piedmont would be open so that we could have consistency in terms of practice and scheduling. Thank you so very much for your attention to this matter, and I look forward to hearing the results.
Hello, my name is Emma Ponder. I live in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to express that I'd like to see the city of Atlanta tennis courts opened up. I take lessons from Tori Martin, and we need a place that's safe and lights to be able to take the lessons. So we'd like to have a team at Piedmont Park. So that's a resource that we really and we need to have it for the community. Thank you.
Good evening, members and staff of the City of Atlanta Committee on Council. Special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, who are watching and are listening to your government in action and how we advocate public policy analysts. The 2015 article described how Ben Howard and Ron McCure were being railroaded to the neighborhood planning unit R. It is looking stated that some neighborhood plant unit chairs see the NPU as their own fiefdom. It does not go in the meaning manner. Neighborhood planning unit or citizens are required to say the name before being allowed to enter an NPU or virtual meeting via Zoom. In order to attend the virtual NPUR meeting, the first insert, the first name of the chair of NPUR, Anita Robinson, as the meeting ID before being allowed to attend the virtual meeting. It is much as ethical under the preview of this committee that you declare it unethical that the public must pay homage to Anita individual before being fully allowed to participate in civic affairs city of Atlanta. It's like, however, if you find the position to comply with this simple request, to be being listened by those who protect and defend the NPUR agenda, namely the NPUR 9, Anthony Robinson, Paulus Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Nando Scott, Austin White, Alvin Hathaway, NPUR 9. I thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Mallory. I'm a resident of DeKalb County, and I've been enjoying the pickleball instruction that I get at the DeKalb. City should hire Agape to manage the Atlanta Tennis Centers for the following reasons. Agape has the staff and resources to successfully manage these facilities. Agape is the #1 provider of pickleball on public courts in the area, and as you probably know, pickleball is gaining in popularity. With over 2,000 courtrooms at the DeKalb Tennis Center during the month of September, it's clear to me the local community is responding favorably to the programming that Agape is currently providing. For these reasons, I believe the city should hire Agape to ensure the successful operation of the Atlanta Tennis Centers. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Mark Rosenbaum. I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I'd like to reiterate my request that the City Council address the tennis management contract so we can have the courts open up and availability for team competition and lessons. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trina Rumlingham. I'm calling in support for Agape to take over the City of Atlanta tennis facility management. I've been playing tennis for over a year at City of Atlanta, and my kids, who are 9 and 13, have been playing tennis over 5 years. And I would like to have the City of Atlanta be managed by a very effective organization like Agape, and have programs that develop the kids' interest in tennis, and have them grow up to be a well-rounded athlete. And so Agape has done a great job in maintaining the DeKalb Tennis Centers, and they have about 200 court rentals a month and 700 private lessons, and they have a very effective tennis program to develop young kids. So I just wanted to call in to have you guys bring back the legislation and give Agape a chance to maintain the City of Atlanta tennis centers. Thank you.
Hi, B. James. I want to inform the City Council, all the members of City Council, I want you all to be aware that when this coronavirus is over, we're going to have a lot of people coming to City Council meetings. They're going to be upset, hotly mad, fussing, yelling, and screaming, and all you City Council members. They're going to blame the mayor and all you members of the City Council because they were not able to pay their rent. They pay their rent because they rent all cars, and who knows what else they do with these stimulus checks. So just be on guard and have the policemen step out of the podium whenever they come up to you all, because they're going to be foul, disrespectful, yelling and screaming, because they would not pay their landlords their rent money. When they had their money, they bought cars. I know about 5 different people who bought cars, refused to pay their rent. Just be on guard when the coronavirus is open and we're all meeting at the city council meeting. Going to be there. Just be on guard and have a police officer just walk them all out of there, and they're going to be blaming all of you all instead of looking in the mirror themselves, because they would not pay their landlord their rent. So, what I say is not. Hi, this is Dr. Leslie Neely. My phone number is 706-302-2009. I live in Atlanta. My zip code is 30309. I'm calling in regards to the management of the tennis courts, public tennis courts in and around Atlanta, and just wanted to kind of let you all know that been supporting those courts for a very long time, over almost 4 years, and I take lessons, and my son now takes lessons as well with Coach Joe Hill through Agape Center. And they have always done an excellent job. And I know they have an excellent staff with many, many coaches, and they have a very professional system for managing and lessons and programming. So I would like to see Agape be able to take over management of our public tennis courts around the city. I think they would do an excellent job, and look forward to a positive vote tomorrow, which I think y'all are voting around 1 o'clock. So resources programs have been well established, and they manage over 2,000 court rentals, 700 private lessons, just at the DeKalb Center. So we know they can handle a lot of volume with professional attitudes and great customer service, which I think would really behoove the city. The tennis courts and playing tennis is a wonderful outlet for so many right now, since we need to be outside, especially during our COVID experiences. To be outside, to be having a healthy physical activity by a well-run group would, I think, behoove us all as Atlantans. So thank you very much for your time. Really do appreciate it. And thank you for all you do in regards to supporting our great city. Mainly 706-302-2090. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Emily Westler. I've been playing at Agape for quite a bit now, and I've been under the Livingston team and taking part in the intermediate drill. I was just following up on, Agape has taken over the city to manage the centers and to make sure that they get the programming that they need. Anything against the city, we appreciate what the city does, but it's just great to have a sense of community and a program that will pull us all together, particularly during this time. And Agape has that system, has the resources, programs, and their exceptional staff and coaches that are, ready to get started. And I think it would be wonderful to get Agape going right now, since we're already hitting the fall. Get that programming started as our students are also on virtual learning. It's important for them to have programs that they can go to that get them exercising, but also get them socializing while doing social distancing. I just think it's great if we can get this started and going and get our programs up. And it's just really important to us to know that Atlanta is the tennis central of the U.S. And I think Agape is helping maintain that reputation. Thank you. So, Mr. Martina Ondrakova, and I'm calling to ask for the legislation for our Agape Tennis Center to manage all 5 tennis centers in Atlanta to be reintroduced. I
played tennis for Georgia State, full scholarship for 4 years. I graduated from Georgia State. I play alto, and I'm a tennis coach in Atlanta for over 7 years. And I just feel like it's really important for the city of Atlanta Tennis Center to be managed by a professional management company who knows how to run a business and tennis and manage tennis centers. I don't believe the city will be able to run all tennis centers effectively, because there is so much more than just hiring coaches and giving them a job and putting them at each tennis center. Being a tennis center goes into many, many more details: how to put programming together, how to find sponsors, how to find players, how to get in touch with schools, how to create deals where the coaches will be motivated to work and bring more players and make more programs and keep everything booming. So I believe it will be successful if professional tennis company will be running it, and I believe Agape Tennis Center is the one. I believe they did a very good job at DeKalb. They're growing, they're booming since day one. Everything keeps improving. They keep adding more and more programs. They are very involved in the tennis community. They also they already started to work on pickleball programming, and hope to bring pickleball in Atlanta and make it big as well. So I believe they are the right company to manage them, as they have already stuff in place, programming, resources, they know all the in and outs, how everything should work, and to make everybody happy. So if you have any questions, you can call me at 404-932-8344. So let's please do the right thing and have somebody who knows what they're doing to do the right thing and help the tennis and
Hello, my name is Betsy Malott. I actually have experience of taking in that Piedmont Park. And due to the pandemic, we have been not able to practice at Piedmont Park anymore, and so we've been going to local courts to try to do our practices there, and it's honestly, it's just been inconvenient. I really have so much respect for my coach, whose name is Tori Martin. And the whole sport has really just been kind of blessing through all of this pandemic stuff, just to something positive to look forward to. But I was just calling on his behalf to encourage you guys to reopen up the Piedmont tennis courts so that we can use them for our lessons. And it's actually just so much more convenient because they have restrooms and they have facilities that are better students for these types of group lessons and even private lessons. So this is just kind of all that my message is going towards, to encourage you guys to consider reopening the Piedmont tennis courts. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Kafka, and I live in Atlanta. I've been here about 15 years. I play a lot of tennis, even more so in recent 2 or 3 years. I'm not a professional tennis player, but I just like to play a lot in the recreational leagues. What they teach, the way the coaches teach, the positive energy of the staff, of director, of the coaches, of people who work in the office upstairs. empowering to me as a tennis player. It makes me want to play more games, and it makes me improve my game. I see lots of people out there playing pickleball, which I have no idea how to play, but people are playing that a lot, and I think it's great to see them doing that. With kids out there, and they're having fun, and they're growing the tennis space. And I also feel like with during the COVID epidemic, it's good to have safe and activities that people are able to participate in. And I think Agape provides that to the community, and I'm happy that they are in our community. And I really hope that they're able to stay in the community and work hard and expand that business of the across the community. And thank you very much for listening, and Council has a good meeting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Federal President of 1305 Pasadena Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia 30306. I would like to express my interest for Agape to begin managing the courts. So the Court Martin, Church Director of Piedmont with Agape. Does not have to be to use McClatchy public courts in the neighborhood, and so that they're able to keep the business. It would be great if we can go to Piedmont and read is when he's spoken. It's a big headache for us not to be able to have access to the courts and have a community for our students, for our kids' health and training. It's now the evening and kids have nowhere to play. It's critical for us to have access for the people this court at the time and no longer they like it. I would appreciate if you could provide code storage with this opportunity. Thank you very much.
I am a C18 player, and my kids also play tennis. I'm calling to request to reintroduce the legislation for Agape Tennis Academy to manage City of Tennis Centers. We have visited Agape Centers, and they're very efficient, and it's very important the city courts are opened as soon as possible and are run effectively. Do take our request into consideration. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Maurice, and I am calling about the Atlanta City tennis courts and the possibility of having Agape manage them. I have been playing tennis in Atlanta for about 7 years. I play on Alta teams, USTA teams. I play ultimate singles and doubles. I have 3 children who also play tennis, and we are constantly at Agape, at DeKalb Tennis Center, taking lessons, engaging in their drills and all the activities that they offer. And we have just been so thrilled with their program. We have taken lessons and played out of different courts, out of Glen Lake and Decatur, and with some of the UTA courts and coaches. And we just fell in love with Agape when we started going there probably about 3 years ago. And so it's become a real problem, though, because the courts have all closed down because of COVID. It's been hard to get a court. And I think in the month of September, Agape, had like 2,000 court rentals. And so we have found it hard to find courts to play on. We've found it hard sometimes to even get into classes because they're full. So I'm calling to ask that you consider, or that you reconsider allowing Agape to manage the Atlanta courts, because they are fantastic, and we really need some good programs in other tennis courts around the city so that we can all get back out there. I mean, tennis is one of the things that we can all be doing at this time, and we just really need some good management and some good programs. So again, my name is Laura Beeson. My number is 404-542-7446.
3. My email is lbeeson@comcast.net. If for some reason you would like to reach out to me, I'd love to give you more input about our experience with Agape. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Alan Wolf, and I live in Atlanta. I'm calling because my son takes lessons from Tori Martian at McClatchy Park. By Piedmont Park being closed off to the coaches, the kids and adults were not taking lessons in the court, the small court availability. I kind of believe that Agape would provide you with coaches that offer adult programming as well as programming for my kids. Coach Tori Martin would have a place to coach with guaranteed court, lessons for patrons, and lights for any take lessons in the evening. Piedmont is closed, and we would really appreciate some thought given to opening Piedmont Park tennis. Very much.
Hello, my name is Kara Barr, and my son plays out at the DeKalb Tennis Center. I'm going to ask that the tennis court management contract please move forward. This is not only affecting the kids and the adults that play tennis, but also, even more importantly, the coaches and staff. So thank you very much for your attention to this matter. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Ellis Gibbon, and I've been playing tennis in the Atlanta area for about 2 years. Just calling to my support for the Agape Tennis Academy. I think they have been wonderful. I've been going to their Thursday adult drills, and I think that the programs and the atmosphere at the courts and the diversity is just phenomenal and accepting. I think Agape has the systems, resources, programs, and the staff build the tennis in Atlanta, and I think if we can put them, I know if we put them in charge of the city, they will not fail, and they will make sure that the tennis centers are running effectively. See, we run the city, and we need to run the city tennis. And please have Agape run the tennis in the cities, and let's bring back the tennis to it was, and communities together again. Thank you so much. My name is Alex Gibbons again.
Hello, this is Elena Kolesnikova. I am a City of Atlanta resident. I live at 1305 Pasadena Avenue, zip code 30306. My phone number is 404-285-4106 if anyone wants to get in touch. And I am calling as a concerned parent to let you know how concerned I am about the tennis center at Piedmont Park still being closed for the children to practice. My youngest son is 12 now. My other two children all Piedmont for years and years. And no, my son is unable to do so. And I really ask City Council to please let I get the tennis academy manage this course. Because my son has to go to the tennis center and practice there. The Tennis Academy, they have great programming, and they would really love to see the same thing happening at Piedmont Park. And if that is not possible, please allow Toby Martin, who is supposed to be the director for Agape at Piedmont Park, please allow him to run the space there so that the kids could practice with him. Right now, the situation is just untenable because the only way for tourists to do that is community courts. And for example, with McClatchy Park, the sports are in high demand, so they are either unable to practice or they have somebody to leave early because there are other people waiting in line. And very soon after the daylight savings time starts, it starts getting dark really early, so there won't be any evening practices because the scores are late.
And we would really like to see consistent programming under ANDREA at Piedmont Park. That would be the best thing. And the second best thing would be for Tory Margin to be able to rent space there so that he could use that facility to teach the kids, because right now when alpha season is in session and they really need the practices to do well. And we just really ask you to consider this situation and our request. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Alexandra DeMillo. I am a resident here in Virginia Highlands. I'd like to request that the City Council move forward and let Agape begin managing the Piedmont Park district, so Coach Tori Martin can continue training our kids. We've been forced to use McClatchy courts in Ansley to keep our the kids' tennis lessons going. Been quite cumbersome to use those courts because the local neighbors there in Ansley take up most of the courts, rightfully so, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that the coach can't just on a whole court for the whole day in order to train our kids. We need a solution to this. My kids have been taking lessons at Piedmont for a number of months now, and because of COVID, the activity has been basically eliminated, and Tori has been able to accommodate us at different courts. But we have a perfectly good court in the neighborhood in Piedmont Park, and we would like Agape to begin using it again, so the kids can go back to somewhat of a regular routine. My phone number is 404-210-7416. Again, my name is Alexandra DeMillo, a Virginia Highlands resident. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Stevens. I live near Piedmont Park. I'd just like to say that the park, of course, are kind of a mess. They should be open for doubles, but they're now only open for singles. And it's very hard to get reservations in any systematic way. So pretty much people aren't playing. Let me look up and tennis is kind of got very little contact endangering people with COVID, and that is good for general health. So I wish you would fix the situation at Piedmont Park Tennis Courts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Aubrey Jackson, and I am a retired tennis professional with over 30 years of experience managing private and public tennis facilities here in the Atlanta area. I'm calling on behalf of Agape Tennis in the city of Atlanta. Atlanta is a hotbed for tennis, and it provides numerous opportunities for its citizens to participate. I'm asking that the City Council reconsider and reintroduce the RFP for the City of Atlanta's tennis courts. I know the city would benefit from having a team of professionals create and implement programs and systems that would enhance the community as well as the facilities. I know that you're looking at having tennis people from your management at the public facilities and managed facilities, but I know from experience that having a team of professionals, they would do a much better job of providing programming and all the needs for the citizens here in Atlanta. So please reconsider and reintroduce the RFP for the City of Atlanta's tennis courts or Agape Tennis Academy. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Ellen Kaplan. I have and my son taken lessons with Tori Martin out of Piedmont Park Sharon Lester Tennis Center for years now. And we have not been able to do so since COVID hit, and actually think it's ridiculous. Other places have opened up. Tennis is probably one of the safest options to do. It should have been one of the first things to open. Ridiculous that I could go bowling or eat in a restaurant, go to a bar, and not play tennis outdoors, socially distanced. I am asking that you please open the courts to the public as soon as possible for lessons, for matches. We play our Alta team. We haven't been able to play this season because of that. Consider it so logical.
Hi, my name is Martine Delcroix,
and I'm taking tennis lesson with Tori Martin and other coaches. And I am very worried because I am also the captain of the team out of Sharon Lester in Piedmont Park, and we have not been able to play our Alta season. We are not sure that we can play USTA, and we are losing all our members because we are not able to practice at Piedmont. I would like to know when it will be reopened. We are taking safety measures, and we should be able to continue to practice. Our team will fall apart, or the level of our team will fall apart, if we are not able to come back extremely quickly to a place where we can practice and play. We are playing out of Sharon Lester for years, and we are looking for. Every time that we are stopping by, we are receiving information that are totally contradictory. I seen on Saturday that there was people from Alta playing when our Alta team has had to cancel for the winter because the response from the city was that the courts were not available for the play. So I would like please to receive a message clear in one voice and not so many different voices. When could we come back to play in our tennis courts in Piedmont Park? When could we be able to have practice? When could we be able to have again our private lessons from Tori Martin and other coaches? When our team will be able to get back together in order to practice tennis, what we are enjoying to do at Piedmont Park. Thank you very much. I hope that we'll be able to solve that issue as soon as possible because it's extremely needed during that time that we can connect together, and tennis, it's a great way to connect safely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Atlanta City Council members. I hope you're all well. My name is Heidi Grenda, and I've played tennis in the Atlanta area for 7 years. I love its vibrant community. It's kind of unique to Atlanta. And I'm calling to urge you to consider the opening of city courts as soon as possible and allow a professional company to come and fill the courts with vibrant programming yet again. It takes a lot of time to get things up and running, and they are ready to go. If the city wants to run it, it might take a little bit longer, and right now Atlanta really needs this. COVID-19. Kids are online learning. Parents are working from home online. Everyone needs exercise. We need an outlet. The weather is gorgeous. And for their physical, emotional, and mental well-being, being able to be on the tennis courts, it would just be amazing. In the month of September, Agape, where I've played tennis once in a while, had over 2,000 court rentals and over 700 private lessons, just at the CAP Tennis Center alone. Their coaches are amazing. They have the staff, the coaches, the systems, the resources and programs to be effective from day one, immediately. They also have introduced pickleball on the public courts, and they would love to bring that to the Atlanta centers. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you consider using a company to help get Atlanta back in its vibrant community of tennis. Thanks.
Hi, my name is John Anderson, and my phone number is 404-491-8090. And I just wanted to comment that I'm taking tennis lessons from a gentleman by the name of Tori Martin. I used to take out of Piedmont, but those courts have been closed to private lessons since the pandemic began, and also since there was a bid, and the bid was awarded to a company that has not been awarded the management of the facility. So I've had to take from Tori out of McClatchy, which is a public tennis facility with no rules or no one governing that particular court. My team has also had to move out to the cab because we were not able to, at the time, do lessons or run our team, our Ultra team, out of Piedmont. So I would like to express that Agape would provide a better management experience of both Piedmont and the City of Atlanta tennis courts than the City of Atlanta itself running them, who does not understand tennis. The facility is run. It's taken into consideration when deciding whether or not to move forward with the 2 bids that Agape has won. Like to get back to playing tennis. We are all tired of having to play out of public facilities. We're having a 48-hour, that is way beyond the normal. We have to court a minimum of 48 hours in advance. Typically, we can't reserve a court less than 48 hours in advance. Or maybe I said that the opposite way, but the point being is this is not being run well, and we need to have our tennis courts open back up. Thank you.
Good evening, this is Twitter Market Kid. Also like to voice a separate concern outside of hoping that Agape would bring who we consider to manage the city facilities. And that separate concern is when do you all think coaching will be allowed, or when the facilities will open back up for kids to come in and play? And the reason I ask that is because I currently coach around 90 kids that were left hanging when UTA lost the contract, and I'm trying to continue their tennis endeavors, whether on a recreational level or I have kids that play at the national level who want to play, have dreams and aspirations of playing at a higher level. It's been really, really tough. We've been out on neighborhood courts trying to get everything done. My kids have actually been reserved courts every day at Piedmont Park, and they're having to pay even though they're under the age of 18. And it's just not enough, it's not adequate time for them to train the way they need to move up to the next level. My only thing is I would like to know, if possible, when the courts will open back up. My contact is 404-354-0355. Also, my email is t.martin89@yahoo.com.
Good afternoon, dear Atlanta City Council. This is in regards to the Atlanta Tennis Center's proposal. My name is Kai Herbst, and I'm calling on behalf of Agape. My family, myself, my kids, all of us have been around the tennis community for at least 20 years, playing, having our kids coached. We've never really experienced anything as great as Agape Tennis Academy, both in terms of their work with the community, their work with the kids, the coaching staff, the management, and the entire way the place is run. We wholeheartedly endorse them as far as receiving finally the award for the Atlanta Tennis Centers. The tennis centers need to be open. The public needs to have the tennis centers open, both for physical and emotional well-being. And I hope the decision given in the RFP. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening.
My name is Brian Shirana, and I'm a resident of Piedmont Park and high rises in there. And I am not pleased to say that I'm very disgraced by what's going on right now. There is no structure whatsoever in Piedmont Park Tennis Center or Washington Park, the matter, or the other places I'm in, which are managed by the city. But it's just horrible. I mean, I'm trying to play doubles, and there's really no place that on doubles, and it's spaced out on tennis and adult programs, and there's just nothing. There's nothing at Piedmont Park or Washington Park. It's boring. There's nothing going on, and I've actually had to go to the Cab Tennis Center because they have programs and that allow doubles play, which because every tennis center should. And what I saw was just amazing, and it just made me realize that they have to. They got to start managing. I mean, I heard that they should already be managing, so they just have to get back in right now, or otherwise people are just gonna get a horrible image of the city. And what's going on right now? There's just no tennis management, nothing. Wants to go to any of the tennis centers that are so dark, gloomy, just not fun like that. Agape actually has made the past 2 weeks really, really fun because I've just gotten back into tennis during injury, and although the drive is a little more lengthy for me, it's I don't want to make the job anymore. So please put some programming, put Agape into all the centers, especially Piedmont Park. Okay, thank you. Bye.
My name is Camille Noguera. I've been playing tennis for 3 years, and I play in several teams through the city. I train at the CAP Tennis Center, and I'm calling in to support Agape and to tell once again the city how important it is to have a good management and to open back the Atlanta courts with a good management company. Agape has been promoting a lot of community and a lot of programs that help to bring community, to bring people together, to make community stronger. And they will be programs to the city of Atlanta, bring people together, incorporate a lot of other coaches. They have good management. They are trustful people and very much involved into the well-being of the community. So we need to have the Atlanta courts open. That's very sad that people cannot book their training, their drills, and everybody is just uncomfortable with that. So I hope the city can get this straight and bring a very good management company to the courts of Atlanta. And as we know from the CAP courts, so yes, I hope it's going to come out soon, and we will be back together, playing together in fellowship and building community. Thank you.
My name is Tori Martin. I am a former UTM pro out of Piedmont Park who was going to jump on board with Agape at Piedmont Park. After several combos and meetings with Amy, Agape, I am convinced and I am confident that she can and will provide effective and efficient programming for all juniors and adults. Her vision for the city site is all about teamwork and cohesiveness, which was told me on joining the team. Product of Washington Park and graduating and playing tennis at Morehouse College, I would definitely love to see more life pumped into the facility at Washington Park and McGee, which, as we know, serves a different demographic of players. The idea we discussed to potentially get those two sites going sold me on Agape. I personally feel the organization would do just as well, if not better, than UTM, and I believe that says a lot about what she has planned to bring to the table at the city facilities. Thank you, and have a good week, everyone.
My name is Tom Clinton. And for over 10 years now, I've been on the company with the team. I believe that Agape should manage on something. A lot of quality programming and coaching, which is what we need, so that everyone can get what they're looking for and can graduate tennis at Atlanta. I believe that if you run a tennis center, and Agape always has something for you to do, no matter what age or level you can equip for this tennis, in my opinion. I know they do a great job. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justine Galvez, and I am calling on behalf of this horrible management that is being displayed on the Atlanta Tennis Center, which is new management. We need experienced people there who people drift away, and Agape Tennis Academy can bring in so many new people and can infinitely do better than what's going on now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Smith, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, calling to express my disappointment in the indecision that has occurred with respect to awarding a contract to manage the city's facilities. It is hard to believe that my extremely capable counsel has not been able to see this decision through, regardless of the opposition presented. What may not be clear are the downstream effects of city courts being unavailable to an extremely active tennis community. If not known, Atlanta is recognized as the largest grassroots tennis community. That means there are thousands of players both in the city and outside the city who come to play the sport on our courts. Adults, juniors, and young kids. Yes, all eyes on Atlanta and we are not showing the ability to manage our assets well. We have great facilities, and this COVID environment we now live in requires us to be vigilant, but also adjust our lifestyle to how we go about living in a different way. Tennis is an easily socially distanced activity. The downstream impacts of this pandemic on our youth is immense. There are hundreds of kids that are not able to continue their passion, engaging in constructive, physical, competitive, and emotionally balancing activity of tennis. My 17-year-old son has been saved by the game of tennis, and his coach, Tori Martin, has been a godsend, providing extraordinary mentorship, coaching, and consistently positive influence on my son and many other children of all ages at the Piedmont Court Tennis Center. Not having a place to consistently play and receive coaching has been extremely difficult to maintain and explain to the kids. Using neighborhood courts like McClatchy is both an inconvenience to the kids who are looking to play and receive coaching has been extremely difficult to maintain and explain to the kids. Neighborhood courts like McClatchy is both an inconvenience to the kids and the neighbors looking to play, all while having a beautiful facility with abundance courts sitting being underutilized. I urge you to make a decision tomorrow to approve Agape to manage the tennis facility so that Coach Tori Martin, future Director of Tennis at Piedmont, can get on with the work of providing impeccable coaching and support to the kids looking to improve their game and potentially use tennis as a path to college. Even if he has to rent the courts to train, at least kids will not continue to lose out on an opportunity to improve their skills both on and off the court. I appreciate for this opportunity to provide my comments, and I hope again that the City Council makes a great decision tomorrow to approve the contract to Agape to manage the facilities across the city. Thank you.
This is Lincoln Galvin, and Agape Tennis Center has my support.
My name is Frank Smith, a resident of the city of Atlanta. I want to express my concern and frustration with the city tennis court. My daughter is a promising tennis athlete on the Grady High School varsity team. She has lost the ability to have regular training due to Piedmont Park Tennis Center not having professional management and coaches. I'd like the Gate to begin managing the courts so Coach Tori Martin, the Director of Tennis at Piedmont the Gate, does not have to continue to use the McClatchy courts in the Ansley neighborhood. Is there any way you can coach at Piedmont and rent the courts to train the kids he is coaching? It can't allow us to leverage, even though there are others on the courts as long as 2 to 3 hours. Residents are rightfully upset as well, with their neighborhood courts being so busy that many wait an excessive amount of time or just don't get to play. The sun is getting earlier and daylight saving time ending, so further exacerbates the problem. To use the city courts, the kids have been forgotten through this process. As a longtime resident of Atlanta, I hope our city council can think about our children and others who appear to have placed winning a contract and their profit over the value of sport for our children. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Good evening. My name is Tara Turner, and I am the women's tennis coach at Clark Atlanta University. I'm calling to voice my concern about the closure of a lot of the city parks and how that has led a lot of the public to try and use the tennis courts on Clark Atlanta's campus, although campus is closed. It is also an inconvenience because I, as a coach, like to schedule practice matches for the young ladies on my team, and Coach Tori Martin, who was out of Piedmont, the tennis pro for UTM, would oftentimes be able to schedule practice matches for the young ladies on my team against some of his juniors who aspire to one day play at the collegiate level. And now with him not having a stable place to practice or to conduct lessons, that makes it very difficult for the young ladies who aspire to one day be collegiate players to be prepared to do so. So I'm just calling to see if there is any way that the city parks are back up so that the sport of tennis does not die in Atlanta. As a Florida native, I am very aware of the cost associated with this. And here in Atlanta, we kind of have a beautiful thing, and a lot more youth are able to be exposed to the sport. And I don't want all of this political stuff that's going on to impact the youth and what they're able to do. Very much.
the Upstate Tennis Center have my support.
My name is Sue Ann Curtis. I've been a resident of the city of Atlanta, my family and I, for 23 years. The last 13 of which we've lived in the Virginia Highlands area and used the Piedmont Park Tennis Center. I'm leaving this message to please beg you to reach a decision regarding the future of the Piedmont Tennis Center, and particularly so that the junior players and the kids can get back into the routine and back into playing tennis. I have a son who has been playing at Piedmont Tennis Center for several years now, under the direction of Coach Tori Martin. He had been with UCM and now is in position to be the director for a gate where I understand has won the city. What I don't understand as a resident is I say it's won the contract twice. They have not been able to begin managing the Piedmont Tennis Center as well as the junior program. I had no problem with UCM. We were quite pleased with them. But I understand there was a vote for the change of the guard, and at this point, we as citizens just want someone to be in charge of the tennis center and to get things back up and running again. We have kids going out in very small groups trying to have lessons at city courts, neighborhood courts. That's just not been feasible as there's such a high demand for those courts within the neighborhood. And our coach trying to give lessons to a couple kids at a time, faces a lot of dirty looks and comments from residents who don't feel that someone should be allowed to give a lesson to two kids there, or kids get bullied by adults to try to get off of the courts if just kids are out there playing amongst themselves. So I beg you, please take some action. Preferably to get the gates up and running and so that the junior program can exist again. We're now getting savings time. This is going to leave the kids with very few, if any, options where, given that most city courts do not have any light. So again, I'm just asking you very kindly to get a junior program up and running again at Piedmont Park. Our kids have been suffering without this, since the COVID outbreak. No programs during the summer, and now they can't even use the court. Now our kids with daylight savings aren't going to have any options after school, as most of the neighbor courts don't have lights. So please get this program up and running. It's very successful.
This is Anna Baez, and I am calling in regards to adapted tennis academy. I would love them to manage all Atlanta facilities. I think they will be great. They have such a great team. I feel that I should support them because I love them. The way they think and the way they manage. My kids love the coaches and everything. So please consider my support and support Adapted Tennis Academy. Thank you.
This is Catherine Hansen, and I am calling once again to reiterate my thoughts towards the management of the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I've called in before and once again appreciate the fact that you're continuing to listen to the voice of the public, because as I have also listened to, this is a very important decision, but something that needs to be made soon so that we, the people of the public, can get on the court. You may recall I have played and I have captained several leagues and for several years, 20 plus years here in Atlanta. I've also had kids come through structured tennis programs here in Atlanta. No doubt whatsoever due to the magnitude in terms of the volume of players and volume of revenue that need to be managed under a professional management company rather than leaving it in the hands of the Parks and Recreation Group. Agape has had a proven track record as a CAB. They have resources, systems, and coaches. And there's a large amount of players that are ready to get back out on the court, get back into lessons, get back into events, and get reunited through the game of tennis. I touched on the amount of magnitude of players. I know there at the CAB, just for 1 month only, they had over 2,000 court reservations. They had over 700 private lessons. That's one facility. If I think about what that means in terms of the other City of Atlanta facilities, there's a lot of tremendous potential within the community. Additionally, there's a surge in pickleball, a whole new sport, a whole new channel and avenue of revenue. So I urge the city to make their decisions, move forward, no doubt the fact that they need a management professional group to make sure that the courts are up and running, that there's continued programs and continued events, and as I mentioned, unifying the community through the game of tennis. So let's get the vote settled. Would love to see it go with Agape. Love to support their current track record, and I am always available for any questions. Catherine Hansen, 404-431-5359. Thank you.
Mohammed, I am a soulful, spiritual being, having inner experience. And I recognize Sister Kendall Muslim in Jackson, a person that look like me. Person that has suffered over 450 years equality according to the 14th Amendment. We have been voting ever since 1868, 1866, 1981 said we should be treated like the Caucasians have been treated in America. And yet today, the teacher man, we are not being given the transparency from you. The wall not running for this of the senator. It shows a cult symbol. Our ancestors taught symbolism, taught the first language with symbols. All the people that live in Quebec under new symbols. And then I asked, what's going to be done about 8 times? 8 times, 10, 8. You know what? What is the trend number? And yet they haven't yet done anything to help the housing availability for the majority of citizens in the city. Recognize there are Caucasians stood up to Black Lives Matter, but even houses for the people to drive through the city to the pandemic, yet we have built houses boarded up. And I think the countries of these religious institutions or these religious with their resources and aid in this like housing, and that's why I left the religion. So we taught the Caucasians and taught them the symbolism of the melanoma, some of the information all without history of education. So I ask you, Mr. Westmore, Mr. Roach, like Brother Antonio Muhammad, do something today to help the ministers. Majority of ministers, children, this year only have 2 hours in the bank. I ask you, the name of the man did good, and today you people that look like me don't even care. I'm going to vote for Biden. I'm not voting for not one of those lights. I'm a major hotel.
This is John Cooper, and I'm a tennis
Academy. I've been going to Agape for 2 years, and I've learned so much about tennis and just how to be a good person on and off of the court. So I think they do a very good job managing the NSA courts, because for one thing, I know they're very well prepared already, staff, and they have the planning already ready. And I also think it's a very fun atmosphere there. I think it'd just be really good for the city overall to manage the courts. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Carson Smith, and I'm calling basically just to give some feedback regarding tennis currently. So right now, it's very difficult to take lessons because they're not offered at any of the public courses, which are Piedmont and then Bisty Grant. And so now we're taking private lessons with Tori Martin, who's a fantastic coach at McClatchy Park, but it's very hard to reserve the courts, and it's hard to have lessons because we won't know when the courts will be available. There is no way to reserve them. So I just wanted to call and give feedback that, especially as things are now opening up, there really needs to be a way for organized lessons to come back, as well as the course at Piedmont and the T Grant. And I would love to be kept informed if anything does open up and when that will happen. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Michelle Clemens. I'm here in Atlanta. I have played tennis for about 5 years. I have captained multiple ALTA and USTA teams, both ladies doubles as well as mixed doubles. I play T2 tennis, ultimate tennis, and others. And I am a huge proponent of the sport, as you probably can tell. I am calling to express my opinion about the importance of the city courts and being open with a lot of quality programming and coaching. I think that that's critical for so many reasons for our youth, given the fact that we're in the midst of a pandemic and it's one of the only sports that is okay to play. And it's just for our physical and mental health as a community. The city needs to have a professional company managing the centers, and the city running the tennis centers is really not effective. You need a professional who has experience, who knows how to set up programs and manage programs that are effective for our youth as well as the adult tennis community. Agape has the system, resources, programs, and most importantly, a phenomenal staff of coaches. They have been effective in the city of Atlanta as well as other cities around Atlanta. In September, Agape had over 2,000 court rentals and over 700 private lessons just at the DeKalb Tennis Center. This is so important to our city, and the centers need to get opened with proper management soon. These physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Most importantly, for our youth, we need to get them out on the court, off the street, focused on healthy activities. Agape is the #1 provider of pickleball on public courts and wants to bring that as well to Atlanta Center, which is really exciting because pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the nation right now. Thank you so much for your support.
Hi, my name is Kate Banks, and I just wanted to say that Agape is an amazing place. Everyone I've met has been nice, outgoing, and funny, and I've learned so much in the short 14 months that I've played tennis. They're efficient and always on time, and anything managed by them will run smoothly and benefit so many people all over Atlanta.
Hello, good evening. My name is Scott Harris. I'm a resident of Midtown. I live at the 8th and Juniper Street. particularly at Piedmont Park, which is just a few blocks from my home. I'm here for almost 6 years, and I've been using the Piedmont Sharon Lester tennis courts for the last 4 years. I've developed a relationship with one of the coaches that was there, Tori, and have been disappointed in the last several months. I know there was some turmoil with the city regarding the management of all the various courts in Atlanta, including Chastain and Lester and so on. I thought it had been resolved. There was a new provider that was going to be was chosen, and then somehow got to the air, and now it's being managed by the City of Atlanta Parks and Recreations. I've experienced difficulties using their reservation system. The fact that I can't bring a coach to help develop my tennis skills has been another issue. Just wish that they would choose some organization to manage it. We can't even get reservations on Sunday, open on Sunday. It seems to be a little bit mismanaged. I think you're missing out on some tourism revenue if it would be open and managed in a better way with a better reservation system that's not as archaic as the one that's used by the Parks and Recreation, and I think it's more intended for renting pavilions and things like that. I hope that this message gets through, that makes sense, and making clear how I wish it was better. Piedmont Park should be a jewel of Atlanta, and one element of that is the tennis facilities there. There's everything else there too, and not that they can't be improved, but it would be terrific to be able to use the courts a little bit more. Thank you for success. Thank you.
Writing to stress the importance of opening up the tennis courts at Piedmont Park again and all the city courts. I take lessons, or my kids take lessons with Tori Martin at McClatchy Park, and lessons are often canceled because of other people wanting to be on the courts. Other people need the courts too. There's just no way to have consistent lessons. We're hoping that Agape can open or get going again with adult programming at Piedmont Park. I would love to take lessons then. But if we can get those courts open, it would be really great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Lauren Leary, and I am calling on behalf of Agape Tennis Academy in reference to the City Council meeting tomorrow, Monday, October 5th. I am calling again to the importance of having quality and consistent tennis management within the City of Atlanta and for the courts that are being discussed. Agape has made a huge difference for my family. I grew up playing tennis. My high school age son has played tennis at Agape for years. It is such a positive, innovative, and exciting environment. And I think that the City of Atlanta could really benefit from having this type of consistent management of its tennis facilities. Tennis is so important for children and teens, adults and seniors, and Agape really addresses all age groups, diverse individuals, and has amazing, exciting programming. So again, I am stating that I am so excited that Agape may come to the City of Atlanta courts and really back this decision. Thank you.
My name is Amber Connor. The Council of Neighborhoods has sent to each of you and to Mayor Bottoms a 6-point resolution with increased fines and specific requests regarding 3 important issues: illegal street racing, illegal truck traffic, illegal noise violations. The resolution was approved by a vote of 80% of the 39 BCN member neighborhoods. The speed with which these neighborhoods voiced their support shows the alarm that our neighborhoods are feeling. We believe that our elected officials, by implementing these recommendations, will make our community and all of Atlanta safer. We respectfully ask for your support and your quick action. Again, this is Amber Connor, Advocate Council of Neighborhood Security Chair. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Susan Easton. My phone number is 404-374-0155, and I'm calling to express my concern about the Piedmont Park tennis courts not being open and available for play during this time. As we now know that there's a safe way for us to gather and play, and knowing that Atlanta is a hallmark city for tennis, it is a huge difficulty to not be able to use the Piedmont Park tennis courts. I know that Agape has recently taken over, and Tori Martin, my tennis instructor, I believe that he has a good relationship with Agape. We're currently having to take lessons with him, trying to schedule through our cell phones at McClatchy Park, where there's very few courts, a lot of debris on the courts, and no bathrooms. It's very hard for an Atlanta professional woman to continue her tennis game in this environment. And I just wanted to put my complaint out there and ask that the city please allow for Piedmont Park Tennis Court to be open in a safe manner that has now been shown in many places across the city and the state and the country, in order to be able to allow our citizens to tennis. Again, my name is Susan Eastat, 404-374-0155. Our tennis instructor is Tori Martin, who has a good relationship with Agape. We're asking for you guys to allow those courts to be open safely for public play under the Agape direction. Thank you.
Hello, this is Dr. Cindy Jorgensen. I'm an Atlanta resident and a longtime tennis player here in our city. This is a tennis city. It's not a tennis capital of the U.S. And I'd really like to see the city open the courts and do so with professional management, quality programming, and drills and junior development. I don't understand all that has happened with this process, but I've been incredibly impressed with Agape and their programming and their commitment to diversity, to junior development, to drills, to captaining and coaching our teams. I hope you can move forward and bring proper management to our city courts. I need it, our youth need it, our community needs it.
Yes, hello, my name is Lee Atherton. I currently reside in Atlanta in the Morningside area, and I'd like to express my concern for how the tennis facilities are being covered throughout Atlanta, not to mention specifically Piedmont Park. It's been going on for some time now, in which facility has not, as far as my children, cannot tennis, and coaches cannot coach these kids throughout the season as wintertime approaches. It's a shame that these kids will, Piedmont has been an outlet for these kids throughout the time of this pandemic, and now throughout the city cannot, facilities are being overcrowded. There are no bathrooms. Coaches cannot properly coach these kids as they should. I would like someone to get in contact with me as soon as possible. Like I said, my name is Lee Addison. I can be reached at 678-825-7924. And just that on another note, and that goes as far as adults too. Alta, men and women throughout the Alta season cannot, utilize these courts, throughout the Alta season. And the city has not been straightforward as far as the direction in which they plan to open up the courts, whether it's a GATE or United Tennis Association. So please get back to me as early as possible. Thank you.
Hi, this is Cheryl Rosenbaum, and I am a captain of a tennis team here in Atlanta. And I just wanted to please ask that we could start getting a professional management company managing the City of Atlanta tennis centers. I heard that Agape Tennis Academy has won this contract twice, and it's really time for us to get the City of Atlanta tennis courts moving under professional management. There are so many opportunities to play tennis, and now without a professional management company at the City of Atlanta courts, we can't seem to get the teams to be able to play. The coaches are not coaching out of there. It's just starting to turn into a bit of a cluster. It'd be great. I think there's so much missed opportunity for the city to not have these courts open and run by a professional tennis organization. One of the fabulous things about Agape Tennis Academy is they have pickleball going now, and I know that that's just one of the biggest, most exciting things to come to the City of Atlanta. And Agape can run it very well, and let's get that going. Let's get our coaches back employed. Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for your service. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about the tennis center management, but if we could just move this off of zero and get going with Agape managing the centers, I think we can really get the City of Atlanta happy with their tennis programs. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
This is Bella Batia. I just wanted to state that my family and I live in the Morningside area. We take lessons with Tori Martin at McClatchy Park. We had previously been attending lessons at Piedmont Park. They're in lessons that are for years and years and years. I've got 3 kids. My husband and myself, we also play. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we had to stop taking lessons there. But we were thankful enough to find McClatchy and Tori. But it's been increasingly difficult to take lessons there due to it always being crowded and the lack of lights at nighttime. So we really, really need Piedmont Park to open like tomorrow if possible. We have been really pleased with the course at Piedmont Park, and we're really disappointed that there's been so much back and forth that it has not been open. We have a really strong relationship with Tori Martin, and we really need a program such as Agape to start taking over, and so Tori Martin can start doing what he does best, which is coaching the kids and adults and letting the kids have opportunity to play tennis again.
Hi, my name is Jenny Shaneen. I have played tennis in Atlanta for the last 30 years. I most recently found a tennis home for my family and I at Agape, and it has been our best tennis experience to date. The management is excellent, the sense of community, the coaches that work there have a passion and true caring for everybody they work with. I just can't say enough positive things. So that's my input. And also, Agape is providing and sparking interest in pickleball. So that's exciting too. Thank you for your time.
Hi, City Council members. This is Tricia Mashering calling. I am calling in regards to the City of Atlanta tennis centers. I've been a long-time tennis player in the Atlanta area since I was about 9 years old. Grew up playing tournaments and everything like that. And I also ran a tennis academy in the Alpharetta Cumming area, and as well has been a long-time supporter of Agape and have seen what they have done for the city of DeKalb. And, they've done a phenomenal job there. And I'm just calling to kind of show my support for them for managing City of Atlanta tennis centers. They have an excellent reputation in the city. They not only run tennis, but pickleball as well, which is a massive market now. It's a new upcoming sport that a lot of people are getting into, younger people, older people, everything like that. And at DeKalb, they have a whole pickleball league and mixers, and really bring that to the City of Atlanta and add a tremendous value there. And not only that, but they also have the resources and the coaches to run an effective program for the city. I just wanted to kind of stress, I know that the city is managing the tennis centers right now, and I think it's just super important to have a management company in there that knows how to job and hire coaches and train coaches and offer private lessons, leagues, teams, pickleball, everything like that. So I am just calling to show my support for Agape. I think they will do an excellent job, and I think they've deserved this opportunity to be able to manage the City of Atlanta tennis centers. I promise you won't be disappointed. So anyway, just wanted to call and state my support for them. And if you have any questions, again, this is Tricia Mashrin, and again, I've been playing tennis for many years, and I've seen many facets of the tennis industry, and Agape is going to do an amazing job for you guys. So thank you for your time and all your service. I really appreciate it. Have a great day. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Thompson. I'm just calling about the situation with the courts in the city. I am a parent that really would like Agape to be able to begin managing the courts. I know they're a really good, strong organization, and I know they have an exceptional person that they want to run that program at Piedmont Park in particular, is the one that I'm concerned with, that I know of, and that is Tori Martin, who is the coach who advocates for the children even more so than himself. And because there's so many children in the area that have been left out with nothing now, and that was, their place to go, and they just need a really strong program. The kids really need this. There's nothing else in the area, and parents don't want to have to travel, especially when there's such a wonderful facility like this one. And also, if for some reason you guys decide that you guys don't want to have the Agape in there, it's Tori Martin. If he can just go to just rent the courts, he has a lot of kids that are available that he'll be able to coach, because the kids are missing that. It affects the development. A lot of them will be able to go to college with this. My son being he is a high school student, so this is like the absolute worst time for this to happen. We want to support the city, and we don't want this disruption. Is really a problem. So if you can consider Tori, he's very fair, and again, he loves the kids, and this is really going to be something that I really believe this is something that not be forgotten in this whole process. So I believe it's also my son did a lot of USTA tournaments there and did also tournaments as well, so it's approved for those already. So there's very little that would actually have to be done except for just to get the appropriate people in there to be able to handle this. So with a really strong program like I know Agape does, because they're in several different facilities, the kids can have a consistent schedule and be able to work towards getting or actually representing the city at some point, because there's so much talent that is just kind of in a sense being wasted and potentially going to other areas when it doesn't need to be, because Piedmont is such a wonderful facility as always. So anyways, I'm hoping that this helps, and I hope you guys do listen to this, because it is a big problem. We need to get this, because we need to have a facility being used properly, which is what's happening right.
This is Carol Phillips, and I'm commenting on Agape Tennis Center. Agape is an outstanding professional company. They have programming for beginning players through tournament players. All ages play, all ethnicities, both participants and staff. I personally played for years at various tennis centers around Atlanta, and I have never come across a program that is as comprehensive and as well managed as that of Agape. The programming is superior. The staff are incredible. They're
They're very innovative. They have something for everyone. They're very talented. They communicate extremely well with students, whether it's in a group setting or in individual lessons. They're very extremely personal, as well as really skilled athletes and skilled instructors. The Atlanta courts would be most fortunate if they could bring Agape to the city courts. When I drive up to Agape, which I do several times a week, the center in Decatur, and look at what's going on, it really makes me proud to be a part of this great program. It makes me part of this community, and I think what goes on at Agape really reflects the very best in America, and at this point in our history, it's something that Decatur can be very, very proud of, and it would be wonderful if Atlanta could have the same situation. Thanks so much, and good luck with your decision process.
This is Ron Holland. I don't know if you received my last message. I've been a tennis player for 40 years in Atlanta, and we need that the importance of the city courts being open with a lot of quality programming and coaching, and that's what a GAP has. It has the systems, resources, programs, most importantly, the staff and coaches to be effective and to be effective. In the month of September, I understand GAP had over 2,000 court rentals, over 700 private lessons, which I take by a gentleman by the name of Jose at the DeKalb Tennis Center. Tennis is so important to the city, and the city and the centers need to get open with proper management, students for the communities, physical, emotional, and mental well-being, especially during this pandemic. A GAP is the number one provider of pickleball and public courts to bring that to Atlanta. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is Ron Holland. I've been playing tennis in Atlanta for over 40 years, and the city needs to have a professional company managing the centers, and the city running the tennis centers is not effective. GAP, where I play, the systems, resources, programs, and most importantly, the staff and coaches to be effective. It can be effective immediately. In the month of September, I understand GAP has over 2,000 court rentals and over 700 private lessons, which I am taking from a gentleman by the name of Jose at the DeKalb Tennis Center. This is so important to the city. In fact, it's one of the largest cities, I believe, that hosts tennis championships and lessons, etc. And I believe to get going even further, they have to take the management to open up more and more tennis centers. GAP is the number one provider of pickleball on the courts, and wants to bring that to the Atlanta centers. Thank you so much for your support. And please take heed, and I wish that the council will listen to my message and respect it. And I hope that continue as one unit and become a city that believes that and playing competitive tennis, Atlanta is the number one city in the country. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann McGowan. I am calling because I'd really like to see Agape fund the tennis programs for the city of Atlanta. Experience with Agape and their professional team has been overwhelmingly positive. I think that tennis has a lot to offer to a community and to individuals. It teaches them a lot about life lessons. whether it be discipline and working towards a goal, whether it be having, the concentration through a game. There's just so many of life lessons that are being learned on a court, and I feel that today's youth and even a lot of today's adults really benefit from a good tennis program. And for me, Agape has been that tennis program. They have been, all the coaches are very professional and very helpful in encouraging people and inspiring people to and promote a great lifestyle as we want to work on our physical abilities as well as mental abilities, how to deal with different people within the tennis courts. There's just so many life lessons that could be learned on the tennis courts. And I think that Agape is the perfect organization to teach those lessons. I think that in today's day and age, it's very important for people to have that outlet, and I'd like to see the City of Atlanta maximize those benefits as another additional resource for the community to grow together and to be more community focused. And have a great day.
Hi, my name is Nazarene Bastiri. I live in Virginia Highlands, and I'm calling you about the use of the city-managed tennis courts. We would like to get to begin managing the courts for the City of Atlanta as soon as possible. We worked with Coach Joy Martin, who is the future director of the tennis of Piedmont with Agape, and we do not want to continue to have to use the McClatchy courts in the neighborhood to keep our kids' tennis classes, specifically because Agape has not still started managing the courts at Piedmont. We would like to know if it's possible, at least for us, or at least Coach Joy, to rent the courts at Piedmont to coach the kids. Right now, what we have to do is very inconsistent schedules. We have to use up our practice, have off the courts because there are other neighbors that are waiting to play at McClatchy. In the evening, it is extremely difficult because we continue to lose the light, and basically we have no place to play anymore. Especially in 3 weeks when daylight saving time starts and the Sundays go down, the sun goes down around 5:30 p.m. It's going to be possible for us to continue to have our kids having their tennis lessons. So we would really appreciate if the city could get going and allow Agape to start the managing of the courts as soon as possible. Once again, name is Nazarene Bastiri, living in Atlanta, Virginia. Bye.
Mr. Chair, that was the last one for Committee on Council. I want all members to make sure you personally mute your phone. Proceed, Mr. Matsakine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That brings us to ordinances for second read. The first is 20-1596, which is an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places, by amending the 27 precincts and polling places ordinances in Fulton County listed herein due to COVID-19 displacement, decrease in the number of voters assigned to facilities, renovations completed, closing of facility, logistical concerns, and a name change to facility, and for other purposes. We have been asked to hold this item for one cycle. So the motion is to hold.
Motion is to hold. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Motion by Matsakite to hold. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to hold.
The vote is now open.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is held. Next item.
Next item is dual referred item 20-01523. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet as substituted by Finance Exec Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with Fulton and DeKalb counties to conduct a special election on November 3rd, 2020 to determine the approval or non-approval by the residents of the City of Atlanta of a homestead exemption from City of Atlanta ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $30,000 of the assessed value of the homestead for residents of the city who hold real property subject to a written lease having an initial term of not less than 99 years with a landlord that is an entity exempt from taxation under Section 501c3 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code, and who owns all improvements located on the real property, to appoint the Fulton and DeKalb County Boards of Registration and Elections acting as its agent, as municipal election superintendent for conducting said election, and as absentee ballot clerk and as municipal registrar and for other purposes. This was forwarded with no recommendation on substitute on condition by the Finance Exec Committee on the 30th of September 2020. I know there was some information that was circulated to all members of council, and I wanted to ask if that met the conditions, and I believe Councilmember Shook was chairing the Finance Exec Committee, and wanted to ask him if that information met his conditions.
Mr. Shook?
Affirmative, thank you.
All right, very good. Anyone else have any other opinion about because I believe also Councilmember Shepard, you had some conditions as well that you wanted to be satisfied. Were you satisfied?
Well, I think they weren't conditions. There was just clarity in terms of what was really, there was questions about specifically what this was doing and making sure that everybody clearly understood that the 30, what it was doing. So I believe we have clarity on that, and so I'm okay.
Okay, very good. Then the motion is to approve.
Motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Any further discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Last chance, Ms. Winslow? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one announcement regarding the November 3rd presidential election. Today, October 5th, is the deadline to register to vote. There also is early voting, which begins Monday, October 12th and runs through Friday, October 30th. And the mayor has issued an executive order to grant City of Atlanta employees up to 4 hours for early voting on Election Day, and 8 hours of paid administrative leave if you wish to volunteer at polling places. So I would encourage everyone to go vote. There are lots of times and places where you can do it, so please make your voice heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam President.
Ms. Shepard?
I just had a question. At our last meeting, Mr. Masterkite, and this may be something for Mr. Webb also, is that we know that there was a whole thing sent by Fulton County with a change of voting places, and we got a mapping of it, and it was really interesting. I saw a lot of things in my district that there were changes in polling places, and I just want to know, I don't know if you know, Mr. Masterkite or Mr. Webb, if there's going to be something that's going to be sent out to the NPU folks to letting people know that there are some changes in terms of voting sites, and if we actually have something documented or actually a spreadsheet with all of those, because what y'all sent us was a huge amount of information, and I want to know succinctly if there was any documentation that we can send out to folks in the neighborhood, letting them know that this is the voting places and what's merged and what happened where you're changing things. Can someone answer that for me?
I'll turn it over to our clerk and election superintendent, Mr. Webb. And everyone,
Yes,
please mute your phones.
Yes, Ms. Shepherd, I can certainly send that to the MPUs. What I'll probably use as the vehicle to communicate to the MPUs is the Department of Planning. They have better resources to reach out to each of the MPUs, and I will provide them with the voting locations, the early voting locations, as well as the drop box location information that has been circulated. However, I will also caution everyone that the information is anticipated to be updated on all three fronts, the voting, advanced voting, as well as the election day precinct locations, as well as the drop box information. Fulton County has a Board of Registration and Elections meeting tomorrow, October the 6th, as well as Thursday, October the 8th at 10 a.m., and that's when I'm anticipating more updates. In addition to that, DeKalb County has their Board of Registration and Election meeting on Thursday, October the 8th, and I do not expect as many changes in DeKalb County as I do anticipate for Fulton County, but I will make certain to reach out to planning so that we can have that information sent to the MPUs. Also, the information will be published on the election website for all to consume.
Well, you need to send that to the council members as well so that we can send it out. I send out a newsletter every week that I give information to citizens on where they need to vote. But we need to begin to inform people this month that there's going to be changes. And you're saying that you anticipate possibly more changes. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, there won't be. First of all, the early voting location information, as well as for DeKalb and Fulton County, as well as the drop box location information was sent to all council members on last week as I received the information. And as I receive any updates, I will continue to update the council members on those changes. I was reluctant to do so before the 29th, so as not to confuse any of the voters on what the changes were for the 29th special election opposed to the November 3rd presidential election. But I will be aggressively sending that information out as we receive it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Now I will entertain a motion to exit Committee of the Whole.
So moved, Masterkite.
Second, Hillis.
All in, okay. Second by Hillis. Motion by Massacre to exit the committee of the whole. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We have exited the committee of the whole. Now I entertain a motion to adopt in growth all actions taken within the committee of the whole.
So moved. Second, Massacre.
Okay, motion by Smith, second by Massacre. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. All items are adopted in growth from the committee of the whole. Ms. Archibald?
Thank you, Council President Moore. I forgot to make mention of a work session that is going to be held remotely. This is out of the City Utilities Committee on October 8th at 1 p.m. The work session will discuss an ordinance to amend post-development stormwater management. Again, that's a virtual work session this Thursday, October 8th at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we move to items for immediate consideration. I have none. Is there anyone else who has one? Okay, so I will start this time with the top of the list and go down. Mr. Bond? Items to be referred.
Yes, ma'am. Pulling it up now. It is a resolution by Michael J. Bond, a resolution to establish a task force to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor esteemed residents of Southwest Atlanta, Hank Aaron, John Lewis, Joseph V. Lowry, Forty, Tyndale, C.T. Vivian, and Andrew Young for being recipients of the Presidential Medal of Freedom and for other purposes.
Committee on Council and Committee on Council.
Thank you.
And the items number is 22633. Do you have any other papers to be referred?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we move to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. One moment, please. Helms number 22629. A resolution urging Governor Brian Kemp and the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Public Safety, Lieutenant Colonel Chris Wright, to reconsider conducting high-speed pursuits within the jurisdictional boundaries of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration, and Finance Executive Committee.
Elms ID number 22625.
Did you have a problem with the We can just leave it in public safety. I mean, that's fine, but it is intergovernmental.
No, I laughed. My apologies, Madam President. I laughed because I would have a resolution that would go again to 3 different committees. No, it's fine. How you did it.
Okay. Public Safety, Legal Administration, Finance Executive Committee. Next item.
A resolution, ELMS ID number 22625, a resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly to adopt legislation which would impose additional standards by which state, county, and local law enforcement agencies are authorized to engage in vehicular pursuits and for other purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration, Finance Executive Committee.
ELMS ID number 22493, an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-92B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance for one package store licensed to sell malt beverages and or wine by the package located at 501-515 Mean Street, Atlanta, and for other purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee.
That concludes my personal papers, Madam President.
All right, Ms. Boone.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember ANDREA BOONE, an ordinance to amend Ordinance 17-01606, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 16, 2017, and approved per city charter, Section 2-403 on October 25, 2017, to include language authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into FC-9334, business license and cashier management system with Tyler Technologies, Inc. for business license and cashiering software solutions for the Department of Finance and for other purposes. M22617.
22617 on Finance Executive Committee.
Next item, a resolution by Councilmember ANDREA BOONE, a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into special procurement agreement SP-S-1210080, Bridge Pay Payment Gateway Services for Intergov with Bridge Pay Network Solutions, Inc., for transaction gateway services between Wells Fargo and Tyler Technologies, Intergov, on behalf of the Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, pursuant to Section 2-1191 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for an initial term of 1 year with a 1-year renewal option and an amount not to exceed $120,000.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Film number 22618.
22618, Finance Executive Committee.
And my last item, a resolution by Councilmember ANDREA BOONE, Series 2020 Supplemental Pricing Resolution, a resolution supplementing that certain Series 2020 Bond Ordinance 20-01556 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on September 8, 2020, and approved by the Mayor on September 10, 2020, to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Water and Wastewater Revenue Refunding Bond, Series 2020, including the original aggregate principal amount, interest rate, maturity amounts, and maturity dates, ratifying certain prior actions of the City Council and certain officers and agents of the City with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2020 bonds, ratify and approve the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, ratify and approve the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, the execution and delivery of a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of the Series 2020 bonds and for other related purposes. Films number 22634.
Films number 22634, Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my legislative items.
You're welcome. Now, Mr. Faroki.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one paper
An ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of East Avenue Northeast and Fortune Street Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes. Elms number 22623.
22622 to Transportation Committee.
I'm sorry, 22623.
Excuse me, 22623 to Transportation Committee. Ms. Overstreet? Ms.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is Elms number 22630, a resolution by Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet urging the Georgia General Assembly to enact House Resolution 5309, commonly known as the Crown Act of 2020, which amends Code Section 8-3-201, Article 1, Chapter 1 of Title 20, and Chapter 1 of Title 34-3 of the Official Code of Georgia to prohibit discrimination in employment against natural or protective hairstyles and for other purposes.
Okay, Elms number 22630 to Community Development, Human Services, and Finance Executive Committee. As a matter of fact, we'll just Finance Executive Committee. So 22630 to Finance Executive Committee.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shepherd?
Thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepard authorizing the mayor or her designee to waive Section 138-84 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance and to install speed tables on Plow Road between the Mall Drive Southwest and Ashby Avenue Southwest for other purposes. And the ELMS number is 20871.
I have a different ELMS number. I have 22613.
Okay. I don't know. I this out.
The staff can figure that one out, and that goes to transportation.
All right. And I have one more, Madam President.
Okay.
A resolution by Councilmember Joyce Shepard accepting the Mayor's Police Use of Force Advisory Council final 45-day report and strategic recommendations, and to establish a process for conducting a series of City Council work sessions to review, discuss, and establish a timeline for implementation of the proposed recommendation put forth by the Advisory Council and for other purposes.
Okay, that is.
Well, I have this one somewhere. I don't know if it's right.
Okay. It's 22628.
Right.
Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Shook?
Yeah, sorry, none.
You have none? Okay. Ms. Smith?
An ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to make transfers within the coronavirus relief funds provided to the city pursuant to the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, the total of which shall be utilized to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, that were not accounted for in the budget most recently adopted as of March the 27th, 2020, the date of the enactment of the CARES Act, and that were incurred during the period that began on March 1st, 2020, and ends on December 30th, 2020, and for other related purposes. It's ELMS number 22635.
22635 to CDHS and Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Westmoreland.
Yes, ma'am. Elms ID number 22631, an ordinance by Council members Matt Westmoreland and Jennifer N. Ide, directing the Chief Financial Officer to refund the balance of the funds donated by Virginia Highland Church remaining in the trust fund created for donations for the benefit of the Office of the Public Defender pursuant to Ordinance 18-0-1079 and for other purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration, Finance, Executive Committee for 22631.
Thank you.
Ms. Winslow?
Yes, okay, this is Elms number 22624, and this is an ordinance authorizing the donation of an amount not to exceed $2,000 from the District 4 carry forward account to Ashview Heights Community Association to assist with needed improvements in the community and for other purposes.
22624, the Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam President.
You are welcome. Are there any other items to be referred? Okay, are there any general remarks? Please indicate with your speaker button. Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Madam President. There was one more gentleman who had passed from us. I failed to mention, though, he's not directly a native Atlantan. It was Mr. Gale Sayers, famous football player and really a pioneer on race relations in the country through his work with the NFL. He passed within the past 2 to 3 weeks. His story was immortalized in the original television movie with Billy D. Williams and James Caan called Brian's Song, when they broke the color barrier as roommates as professional football players and the work that they did beyond that. So I just wanted to mention him because I believe that his passing was of note.
Thank you so much. Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. I realized a couple days ago when looking at my calendar that this Sunday would have been the 50th anniversary of Atlanta Pride, and I suspect if we had been in person right now, we would have honored that occasion with a proclamation at our meeting today, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that and congratulate the Atlanta Pride Committee on 50 years of putting on a fantastic event.
Thank you. Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to invite all members and also members of the public on behalf of the Honorable Sharon Beasley Teague, Abel Mabel Thomas, William Bodie, and other state representatives. They will be unveiling the Emma I. Darnell Memorial Highway on Thursday, October 8th, 11 a.m. at the Georgia State Capitol South Wing. All are invited to attend the unveiling of the Emma I. Darnell Memorial Highway on Thursday, October 8th, 11 a.m. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other general remarks?
Yes, this is Councilmember Winslow. The Office of Cultural Affairs has kicked off Elevate West End, so they're featuring West End. It's going to be a virtual event, so people can go to the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs, their website, and get some information. But there's going to be musicians who perform internationally but live here in the city of Atlanta. There's going to be dialogue with authors who have written books. Pearl Clegg is going to be one of those persons who are going to be highlighted. And so it started on yesterday, and it will run through the 10th. So they really have a packed agenda, and Camille Love and her staff have done a wonderful job, so I just want to congratulate them. They've also put up some great murals in West End, one of Reverend James Orange, who we named the park after, There's several of them, naming the ones I can think of right now. The other one is former State Representative Lottie Watkins, and she, of course, was a business person in the West End for more than 40 years and had an office in the neighborhood. So it's going to be some interesting things going on. And so just wanted to invite everybody to go to the Cultural Affairs website, press events, and you'll get all the information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought this could be a good opportunity to address, the concern that was being raised via social media around an APD recording in which residents believe that the Atlanta Police Department was tampering with tear gas and or intentionally impeding on their constitutional right to assemble and to free speech. And I just wanted to be publicly known that that we did get in contact with Chief Bryant to question the video. And through the process of reaching out to Chief Bryant and President Moore following up, we did get a response, and it was stated that the recording was from someone who scanned a training channel that was being used by the Atlanta Police Department, and that there was never any use of tear gas during the specific protest that was being questioned. So I just wanted to make sure that that information was conveyed so that this rumor that the video was, this recording was intentional, that people just knew the truth and that we did do our part, our due diligence to investigate the matter, and we did get a response from it. So thank you so much, Madam President, for your assistance in this process as well.
You're welcome. Any other general comments? All right. Seeing and hearing none, let's go to the adjourning roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Today's meeting was held in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The adjourning roll call, President Moore.
Present.
Council members Bond. Here. Westmoreland. Here. Dickens. Here. Smith.
Here.
Faroki. Here. Brown. Here. Winslow.
Present.
Archibald.
Here.
Hyde. Shook.
Aye.
Mastakai.
Here.
Hillis. Here. Boone.
Present.
Overstreet.
Present.
Shepard.
Present.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Bond. Who was the second?
Shook.
Second by Shook. Without objection, on unanimous consent, we are adjourned. Thank you all for the good meeting. Bye-bye.
Good meeting. Thank you.